What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Today, aggression meets composure, bravado versus experience. Daystar taking on Tempered, and it's feast or famine here in the Mukbang Grand Finals. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. You said it. Temper versus Daystar in the Mukbang Grand Final. We got to cast half this duo here in the semifinals, and that was a hell of a game. Best of three went all the way. Neither one of these teams was real dominant throughout the entire playoff bracket. That says to me this is going to be a very close game. Best of five, so plenty of siege here to get us all the way. I'm going to show you the bracket real quick just so you can see the path that each of these teams took. But yeah, not a lot of 2-0s on there with the exception of Daystar taking down Akron 2-0, but then Spaceships put up a hell of a fight, almost making it to the grand final. Daystar eventually out on top.
And you can look at these teams run. There aren't very many schlubs here, right? Yeah, there's not a lot of 2-0s, but that's because there couldn't be, right? When you're going up Karn & Co., Space Shubes, Zen Black, these are all great teams established here in the scene. So to make it to the end of this one feels like a bit of a feat all by itself.
Yeah, and it's been a while. These guys have been waiting. That last semifinal game happening on August 21st, casted here on the channel. So they haven't had a lot of time to prep, a lot of time to VOD review, watch over, see how these are going. And Daystar and Temper have been playing in a couple of other leagues as well. So there is a lot of ego on the line here between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a quick look. Who's on the team's run? This will be the important part. Who we got going? Couple of standouts. Temper Geek has been on fire. Vocal in the game chat, vocal on Twitter, and vocal with his performance. Plenty of clutch plays. I'm not necessarily saying leading the team, but definitely a high impact player. And on the other side of it, Kason Statham, right? The one, the legend, called the next up potentially as Daystar looks to try to solidify themselves in grand finals.
Yeah, Kason huge on this Daystar Rising team. We've seen him go absolutely crazy on this stream and on Fet's stream as well. Featured frequently there, was one of the up-and-coming players. But like you said, he's got to take down this Temper squad. And when you take a look at it, I think the other big thing that's different versus the semifinal game we casted was Daystar had two subs playing in that game. Zers and Scoob were both in, but now Trevmac and Valeno are back. The full 5-stack in place for this game for both teams. That's the reason it took a little bit longer to get it scheduled. We want to see the full 5-stack, the original rosters for both of these teams to duke it out in a best of 5.
All right, well, speaking of best of 5, time to find out where in the heck are we going for it. Right out the gate, you can see a couple of bans on the board. They don't want it. Skyscraper not going to make it through.
Let's
to the late
go
round this time. Run, yeah. There's a couple of question marks on our last couple of casts. It almost made it through. That'd have been a thumbs down. But instead, we're going to start out with one of your favorites, Chalet, and follow it up with a textbook Clubhouse.
Yeah, that's a great place to start. Love getting to see Chalet. We really hadn't got to see it very often in competitive play, but this is day 2 of Year 10, Season 4. We're going to get to see it here with these two teams playing. Really looking forward to it. Now, the end of this, the end of the pick style here, Border and Cafe. Was going to say Daystar is a Consulate team, so I was actually a little surprised to see them ban Consulate instead. So Border, Cafe, Layer. But before we get there, my friend, it's time. We're ready to hit Chalet.
Okay, Chalet. Not something that we get to see a ton in the comp scene anymore, right? There's been a decided movement against the map. So when it does come up, it's fun, it's exciting, it's almost new. But a couple of regular strats to get along with, right? 2F and basement being those primary and secondaries, depending on how you want it. And then that meta first floor play. Will we see kitchen and dining come up first? Will it be neglected? Let's find out right now. Got to get through the bans first. And I like it. It's the 3-ban system, so you can get real personal with these, Run.
It really feels like we get to that point. At least one of the bans, I'd say, is typical, right? Getting rid of Azami here early on, definitely difficult to deal with, and then the Mira as well. But that third one tends to go towards a target ban as we're playing in the T3, T4 scene. Teams love to ban out the operator that the other team is using very consistently or somebody's starting to pop off on. So it feels very targeted, feels more personal almost in the new ban system, and honestly, I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. So what are we going to see for the bands to start out? A couple of classics. Don't want to deal with that Mira. Just too devastating when you're getting to that top floor hold, specifically where they went first, right? Bar Gaming has that double Mira setup. One in the closet, one up top to defend the library. And then Azami, that static warfare. You can only make things worth with an attack or with the architect on board. So gonna get both of those off the board. On the other side of it, a little bit of intel. Grim has been a ban constant lately as his intel is just too good. He's a free speed, he gets there in a hurry, and then has a great kit to back him up when he does, and taking Capital off the board. That means if you're playing in that corner inside the library, gonna remain a little bit safer.
Yeah, and that's an important power point here, especially on the Bar Gaming side, protecting the library side of the map. And sometimes we see teams completely neglect the office bedroom side of the map when they focus on holding the upper floor. But right now, Daystar spend a little bit of time over there opening up hatches, reinforcing, and then potentially holding on. Yeah, right now, Lecky continuing to hold on to that office side. We'll see if he stays put there longer. But Brava just coming out immediately from Geek, just stealing gadgets to start with very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a lot of impact with the flood drones very on. And look at that. We're just going to see the Monty bust right in, take some space down below in Trophy, and feeling like they've got some space above here to take a side overplay.
Well, I mean, that's the danger here when you ban out the Grim and the Capital, which was an interesting pick. I mean, it does make the library hold a little bit better, but completely leaves the shields open and available. And unfortunate there, he's sort of a distraction and they take down Smoke. So now Valeno not able to hold on. All of the downstairs operators done. The three defenders still holding on to the upstairs part, leaving site very free right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's some shots of Ellen able to find Trev off the board, and that's going to put the body deficit in a ton now as, oh, Monty gets tapped from the distance, from the stairway. Like
okay.
Another one. He's going to be rewarded with it. And this just got a lot closer. Tashi able to take one off the board. Kaysen good now to respond. Which means it's 2v1. Kaysen Stathan alone against Tweety and Geek. They've got a little bit of intel on where he's at, and there it is. The disorientation followed with the power of friendship from below run.
Yeah, the util dump, the disorientation, you said it, the flash comes out, and even though he's playing on the blue stairs, they had one up, one down, really difficult to hold on to that point. Complete the pinch play, and the attackers take round one. And on the first floor, typically a little bit better of a defensive hold, but Temper's going to go ahead and win that one. It's a long battle, though. I mean, we're talking about last night we got to do best of ones, which is, you know, in your face, super quick map play. All on the line. In this case, both the teams can afford to, you know, make sure that they're identifying how each of the teams wants to play. How do their opponents want to handle the map? Because they've got plenty of time. It's a best of 5. And we've got Chalet, Club, Border, Consulate Layer on deck. There's an awful lot of siege to be played. So round one, not setting the pace for this game at all.
No kidding. The stark difference between last night to tonight, it's no longer a sprint. This is a marathon. You need some stopping and some staying power to see it through to the end, because these two teams are so equal. I mean, this for sure has the possibility to get to a fifth map situation. We're going to see him kind of start to hole up here. A little bit of pace setters being brought out run. It's the castle on board. And since it's new season, some new changes, that means some of those scopes that you started to rely on, those ACOGs, they're going to be non-existent.
Yeah, that is for sure an interesting change. Was not sure how exactly that was going to change up the way that the players handle it, but certainly going to make it a little bit more difficult on defense. In general, though, Siege a defensive game. We talk about the maps that are attacker-sided as few and far between, so it's sort of nerfing the defenders just a little bit. With the addition of the new op, they're, you know, sort of trying to balance that out a bit. So we'll see how the teams manage it. Right now, Temper winning that first attacking round, and Monty once again pushing up, gaining space upstairs in library, forcing these defenders out of position. One nade comes out, but he holds onto this spot. Valen now maybe in danger. Yeah, he was. Soapy was ready for it.
Yeah, completely anticipated that with the Fenrir gadget below and was able to capitalize. Huge first plays. They're able to get the Deimos off the board. And that's a great pick, right? That means some of those roamers who are moving around, specifically looking at Kaysen here, are going to be a little more secure in that roam game. They've taken some space into the library. Monty's still continuing to be a menace. He's going to go for it. He's going to take him down, but he gets put into the wall.
Wow.
Not going to save him. A pistol pop drops it. We're going to see Trev Mack go down as well. We get equalized real quickly, Run, as we find ourselves now onto a 3-3. Have to drop down to put some pressure on Kaysen. He can't be just allowed to be here. And they're going to find him, take him off the board, and that's man advantage now into the hands of Temper.
Roxa is getting crazy on the Monty. Right now, that's my pick early on in this game, is to see the Monty get banned. Cannot let Roxo do 2 rounds in a row, just completely dominating, setting the pace of this game. Not only see the walking drone, but he went up and got in the defender's face and then won that battle at the top of Mez. This is it's right now the favorite here for the ban when it comes out. You still have got 2 defenders left alive and 50 seconds left.
It's a swing, but there's a shield there to play. Spoiler, Geek now on to the triple. Puts Valeno now in a very dangerous situation. A 1v3 and very low health after the soft breach charge goes off. Plant's starting to go down, and they're just in a double hold pattern. Foot turns his back each time he's going to play a factor here as he moves back into side to take this, to let this Monty out. Let this Monty get back to work. Onto the balcony, and they're going to take him down, and Temper's good for 2.
Damn, I thought he was going to win that. He takes the shot from behind the Monty, playing against the opponent there. But no, Geek outside on the balcony, just right now playing a little bit better. Temper 2 attacking rounds. That one in a post-plant scenario. Yeah, Monty right now is the man. He's sort of setting this pace, and I don't know whether or not having him versus the Capital banned out early would have made a difference. But for sure, Roxo is feeling it on the Monty.
Well,
Defenders
2 attacks in a row, which means going to need to see some adaptation by the defense. They're going to keep the routine going. Now down into the basement. What are we going to see for this a little bit? Defense says that they've got some area denial in play and a dedication to making sure that these walls stay closed. Right, one of the dangers of the basement area is there's so many avenues to attack. So bringing along the Cade and the Tuber out to try to keep some of that closed a little longer, I think that's the right call here.
Yep, the breach denial. The constant back and forth. Who is it going to be? Are you going to ban out those breach denial ops, or in this case, the ones that make it a little bit more difficult to enter consistently and around the map, right? Mira Zombie holding on to different spots, making it more difficult to move. But if you can get yourself in the building, then they're more difficult to deal with. But with double up on the breach now, you said it, going to make it difficult to just make that push in. Now, that main breach for sure the focus here. You can see they're bringing out the Thatcher and the Thermite. We'll expect they're going to be able to pull it off. And Roxo not playing the Monty this time, giving the shield duty over to Kyoshi.
Okay, switch it up, keep them guessing. Not a bad call. Double duty on the hard breach here. So just like you'd see on that gym bedroom take, they're going to go for the similar approach. You can see that Geek is primed, prepped, and ready with an EMP to take down those ADSs and make pushing this shield just a little bit easier. Looking for a nade to come in, force him back, and take the shot. Blitz is ready. They send it. EMP goes off. He's able to take the flash. But
Soapy!
Soapy able to take it, but answered in turn does put us into a 4-4 as the smoke bays ring out and stop the push that was coming in. That huge play, able to take that spearhead off the board.
Yeah, taking down the blitz, honestly, that's not a bad call here. And now you still have got smoke playing behind this, playing behind the deployable. Plus, you can still hear the ADS is up and running. They managed to take out one player, but not enough of that utility in the corner. That's going to block off this entrance. They are going to have to focus on opening up the other side. And, man, you cannot lose Thatcher here in the battle. They do not have that main wall open. It's protected by those Cade Claws.
eight claws and the tuberal, right? It's a difficult position to find yourself in, and as he's such a low health, they do have some smoke, so getting the warden off the board could make it a little bit healthier to try to push inside, but I'm thinking Geek, he's going to be staying on the watch roll.
There it goes. Main wall open. Managed to get the big piece of this operation done. Now they're hunting upstairs. I know they've got from the Deimos ping one of the players upstairs, but wow, look at that. Lecky takes down Geek, and that is a huge pick. He was 5 and now 5 and 1.
Yep, he's his first day. Grenade rings
Yo!
Grenade rings out as they're able to take him. A beautiful play to push in and take space. That does give us that body balance equalizer. We see ourselves in a bit of a hold here, right? An old-fashioned showdown. And look, he's going to get snuck
What
up
a
on.
miss.
Tweety's able to take Trev Mack off the board. That's going to put the body balance back into the hands of the attacking team. Looking to get active as the Deimos takes a couple of shots. C4 to ring out. He's already moved into the corner. Valeno able to take Joe off the board. Now into a 2-2 scenario. 17. Attack's going to have to go for the plant. There's no diffuser in hand, so it's going to be Frag City as they start to push pressure onto that fireplace stairs. Valen finds one onto Valeno, and Kaysen able to answer back as he's on the triple kill. Kaysen good for 2 as Daystar is able to solidify 1.
All right, the Valen Valeno is really going to get us all night long.
Gonna
That
be a
one.
tough one.
Thanks, Temper. Thanks, Daystar. Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, you said it though. The double at the end there from Kaysen to clean it up, and Daystar winning that first defensive round. And surprisingly, most of the action, most of the important parts of that after that opening gambit at the with the blitz and the warden all happening upstairs on the second floor, so tons of that action happening upstairs. So very spread out, roam heavy defense here to make sure that they were just wasting time, and that absolutely worked. Temper unable to really gain any foothold, get themselves in a position to get into a post plant scenario, and taking down the shield early, a bit of a difference maker. So Roxo off the Monty, and they lose. He's not going to go back on the Monty this time. They're going to try a different shield, potentially, showing the Blackbeard this time around.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I like it, and run. Look at that. New operator on the board. Inari. Already seen some W's coming out as some plays over in the Rumble. Had seen the first Denari death in Pro League. I cannot wait to see what they get active here. And if you're new to Siege or you're new to this season, which is what, 2 days old? Ron, tell us about Denari.
Yeah, 2 days. All right. Operation High Stakes. He brings out the, you know what? I don't even remember the name of the gadget here. I'm drawing a blank on it.
It's too new. Yeah, it's too new.
The laser gate and his ability to put the laser gate out across long distances, short distances, multiple points, just between two. It is a very cool gadget, and we're continuing to watch and see how all of the different players are managing to incorporate this in. But you can see one there. Look at that, drawing the line, does damage and stuns the attacker that walks through that line. It does not affect the defenders, so they're able to walk through freely.
All right, starting to get it set up. There's going to be the Finka off the board as the defense is going to claim one early. And yeah, it's like 20 HP or something like that, right? That it does. It's a huge amount of damage, and the debuff lasts a long time. So if you're thinking that you're going to try to throw something to it, it's got a little bit quicker of a regen time to even get through. I like it. It's going to add a new piece to the puzzle, that is for sure. A little bit of slowdown here as that first minute has ticked off. The attack team only one suffering any casualties here, and we're still, late round. That could prove to be interesting, right? Is a place that you thought was originally free, now sealed off by one of those laser gadgets. I'm here for it.
Yeah, continuing to put out some of those new gadgets, and Brady, we can say the first one down there on the Temper side, goes down now. I was gonna say we didn't talk about it right at the beginning, but Roxo back on the Monty, so is that going to be a difference maker? They went down in the body count here to start, but again, lots of action happening upstairs on the second floor as they work to try and gain some of this vertical library control, and they've got to take down the Mez player. This time it is Malusi, and she's fighting, tossing the impacts, and this time losing that battle.
Yeah, no kidding. Just they had to play for it this time, right? divided him with the smokes and the smoke canisters, meant Monty was going to be on his own, pushing up there. And yeah, they took advantage of it. Now, a quick DMR shot is going to take Valeno off the board, putting us into a 3-1, but it's still a pretty tough hill to climb here if you're a Temper attack. We're looking at getting tied up. Start to take a quick peek in through the window. Somebody that is there to put a bit of contest onto it. Gadget's going to come out, make it a little bit more disorienting and allow them to potentially take another position. Time starting to tick down and Diffuser is cold. So up top, they're going to take a shot and they're not going to be able to grab it just yet, but a couple of shots are set and ready and TrevMac's able to take them off the board.
Yeah, well played. Never able to grab library control, and the Daystar defense holds on to that position. And from the opening pick to the very end, the important part that Temper was never able to try and gain control of. Losing the Monty in that battle with Malusi upstairs, bit of the difference maker. So we didn't really get to see a whole lot of the Denari trip connector interaction. Looking like the defense going to switch off that op this time and opt for the Oryx instead. I know TrevMac likes the Oryx, but definitely an interesting pick here for a second floor defense.
That just means you can be crazy everywhere quickly, right? You open up a couple of those bottom hatches, and you can find yourself putting pressure on the snowmobile and then attacking into kitchen in just a few short steps with the Oryx. I like the call. If you're going with that pace setters, and they brought 2 of them, Fenrir and Castle on the board, Oryx is a great call to try to punish them for taking too long. I'm here for it. I feel like I'm going to say that all night long. I love it.
One of the things that we were, there was a lot of discussion on Twitter, a lot of discussion on the streamers, was whether or not there was going to be a Denari trip connector nerf, or just a nerf in general coming into the start of the season, right? We were seeing the test server, lots of damage being done, like the kills, like you said, already happening, and the debuff taking so long. And interestingly enough, they chose to leave it completely alone. And I think that to me speaks to the fact that Ubisoft wants people to try and play the new op, want to try and incorporate it. And if you nerf the new op too much right at the start, people aren't going to work on incorporating that into their setups, their strategies, the strat books. So I like the fact that they sort of left him maybe a little bit OP as teams try and figure out what the best way to implement him is.
Reloading, cover me.
And a new gun too, right? That shoddy, incredibly fast, does a ton of damage. It's a slug shoddy, so we've even seen people spawn peeking with it and ranked already. I like it. It's a fun kit, fun setup. Monty's now made his way into library, but the Fenrir gadget's gonna slow him down. I didn't even see it. Last pans that went through, Cade gonna leave, Bravo gonna go as well. So Fenrir going to be a staple of this last few rounds before the half is over. Couple of shots now as Tweety's able to make the rotate. Saves their life. Get ready for a push from a separate direction. A little bit of a nope on out of there run.
It is interesting. I thought we might see, we talked about it, the Monty ban, but really Geek's play on the Brava, the more important one, and I think that will enable this team to use the gadgets maybe a little bit more often. I don't know if we've seen a Brava steal a trip connector. I don't know what happens when
explodes
that.
them.
Oh, okay, she can't steal them. It just destroys them like a Cade clock.
Yeah, so Tweety able to find Kaysen off the board on the equalizer. There's a ton of damage done here to this attacking team. Kind of wishing they had that global gadget of Finka here. They get equalized on the number body balance, and they're going to start to push in, and that's going to be TrevMac taken off the board. So now they claim that man advantage, just over 60 left. They're going to start opening up into that top floor area. They've got head holes, so they can still put the pressure onto it. A little bit of an impact trick to make sure you can't exactly get in. And it's going to remain closed for now. Monty's still just postured outside of sight. Going to get in and try to cause some of that chaos, give a little bit of that intel. This is a pretty dug-in defense, though, Run. I mean, these castle barricades are just making it incredibly tough. You open up those head holes, and you can't quite get the push you're looking for. Geek able to take Soapy off the board, and even though it's not the push you're looking for, it's the one that you're happy with when you claim that double man advantage with just 22 seconds left on the board. Monty Shield, you can hear it moving. Gonna try to get active on the pistol pop. Just a quick swing. Lecky goes down. Now it's gonna be Castle, the last alive, and there's just too many angles that they have set up in advance. They're gonna take him quite easily.
Yeah, and Castle pushing out into the mez there just really didn't have any opportunity to hold down the site and then walks right into the open window. And Temper takes advantage of it. You're going to give them that. They did a good job setting it up in a couple early picks and then the late rounders to finish it off. Just overwhelming there, the Daystar defense. And Kaysen going down earlier, Valeno going down early. Just unfortunate leaving the rest of that team to fight. So now 3-2 scenario. The attackers have picked up 3. Man, we talked early on about being defensive
Attackers
side
need to
in Siege
locate
in
and defuse
general, but
bombs.
right now Temper showing that from the attack side, they can run Chalet.
Defense down to the basement. Doubled up on the area denial this time, right? Instead of bringing along, they don't have the Cade to hold it, which means hatches are available. They did not bring the bandit, just the tuber out. So it's pace run, right? They're gonna make sure that they try to just slow it down. Smoke and Goyo to make sure you can't get in quick, and tuber out to make sure you can't open it quick.
Explosive ready.
This is a good defense. This could see us on a 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, the investment that they had in trying to block the opening up the main wall in the previous round, when we saw that back on round 3, really, it slowed down the Temper team. But the difference was they did end up winning that. That was that first defensive round that they won. So interesting that they're not going to try and spend any time holding that downstairs now. Just slow down the pace in general. Running the same strat though downstairs there with the deployable shield. They're going to lose it early though, this time opting for the Flores alternative rather than the direct shield push in. So both of the teams sort of opting for a different type of strategy, playing the basement, right? The vertical play here with Ram on the attacking side too sort of changed up the way this is running.
Geek's gonna get taken off the board. So
Wow!
No way. Oh, Joe. That's a tough one. A couple of other falls. Geek goes down. Valen goes down. Means we're now into a 2v5 situation. What was going to be potentially an attacker side at half. Looks like this one's going to potentially be tied up without something serious in the miracle state happening.
Yeah, completely falling apart, losing a couple of those early battles, not winning the ones that we saw them win on that previous round. And sometimes that's just the way it goes. They start just hitting all of their shots right now, and you can see those blue outlines upstairs on the first and second floor. No presence in the basement. They've got to deal with Soapy right now, holding down those library stairs. Everybody else bunkered at this point. So, yeah, Temper right now potentially killing time, or it's time for a comeback.
Yeah, I don't know. Defense is just absolutely suffocating them. There's another layer of defense, right? You've got the double shotgun holding the bottom of blue with those smoke canisters. Two-brow making sure that you're not going to get into the wall still. C4 rings out, not able to claim one just yet. Two-brow still holding on to the door with just over 60 left. I mean, they need to get together, right? They've got to make this push together because you're just not coming down these stairs with a double shotty. Flash rings out. He is going to get the flash, but it doesn't matter. It's Warden. Special goggles, special plays, special shotgun. Good night and sleep tight. It's a flawless for Daystar.
Well, damn. I know we talk about it all the time. The team that plays the vertical better typically wins, especially when we get into the very strategic style of Siege. And Daystar just absolutely better. Even though Temper brought along a couple of those assets to manage the vertical play, the Ram, opening up some of those soft breach charges, Daystar was just better holding it. Shotguns, like you said. C4s up through the floor. Shots through the floor. They just did a better job of managing that. And it was a bottom-up vertical play, so showing that they can do it on both sides of the floor at this point. Now we see the side swap rather than going for the shields. Again, this time Temper's going to opt for banning out the Deimos instead, leaving at least one of the shields on the board at this point. And Daystar, they're going to focus on those breach now. They want to make sure they can open up the sight lines, and they're going to leave a zombie on the board, taking down just the castle for the static warfare.
It might be the right call, right? Azami is incredibly overpowered at redefining how the site looks, but Castle, you can't just shoot them open, right? And that makes it a little bit more difficult because now you have to bring some operators with some utility to get it down. Example of Sledge or some grenades or the soft breach charges, Ash charge, right? You have to bring something to deal with the
Attackers
castle
need to
while
locate and
Azami,
defuse
you
as
can
many
just
bombs
get
as
them.
they can.
So I think it's the right call here. Grim, of course, going to be taken off again as intel just going to be denied to this Daystar team. And it's a new op on the board to start it out for Temper.
Let's go. I was just going to say that. I want to see more of the new op, obviously. We talk about it all the time. One of the reasons why we love getting a chance to cast is seeing how the teams manage the strat book, seeing how they manage the play, and bringing out the new op early in the season. I freaking love that we're getting to see how that's going to happen. So early on here in the Temper defense, they're incorporating him in round 1. And we're going to see the kitchen dining site. Daystar not played it a single time. They opted for all the other sites as the alternative. So Daystar, though, locked in. They're going to run 1 shield. They showed Blackbeard initially, and there, all those trip connectors, they're piled up on the the end. They're through the floor.
Keep our positions.
Interesting.
Okay,
Makes it a little bit,
yeah.
Makes it a little bit tougher to hit it with impact EMP or potentially with the grenade coming through. If you can take the top ones down and an impact EMP will do that, then you'll find yourself at least with a little bit of time to get in. But dangerous little place there for sure.
Wow, yeah. I mean, the new op there, again, similar to the way like you talked about the castle or the mirror, it's forcing the attackers to try and bring some specific utility to deal with it. You know, EMP's not always 100% of the time part of the attacker kit, so making it a little bit more necessary in this case. So what did they bring along to go with it? I mean, Lecky's got the Ash, so they do have some explosives there in combination with the IQ nades as well. So they have some ways to deal with it, but that fluke balk door right now locked down with the trip connectors.
Yeah, interesting, because you got to get that Ash charge in without hitting the lines, right? You have to hit the canisters or the Ash charge done and dealt with. Couple of shots towards the door, not going to get anything just yet as Frost looks towards both angles, doing double duty right now. They're going to start getting that Mez wall opened up run, and that's a pretty huge step with all 5 still alive on both sides.
Yeah, they've got it open, but still haven't managed to deal with all of these PC utilities. So right now, a big focus there for this Temper defense, and they're Brady gonna take down Soapy. That opening pick, the attackers lose 1, and Monty upstairs being a menace, but he's a distraction that manages to take down, well, now 2 of these attackers as Monty is also down at this point.
And that's tough. Your spearhead going down. A potential to get him up, but there's vertical coverage to be had. So they do. It's back into a true 4-4. Not sure if you can push in on this door if there's somebody waiting underneath with a gun, but Geek coming up on the flank. This could be a huge moment if he is not sought out. Now, they, of course, got an idea. Waited for it.
Wow.
It absolutely played. Geek gets taken off the board, and now you're into a 4-3. Defenders a little bit here on the back end. Another flank coming up to try to put some pressure onto this Monty. Maybe not necessarily knowing that a zombie is hanging in the corner. No, they do. Every little trick being sussed out right now. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Joe takes Trevmac off the board. There's only a couple of shots because he had been downed earlier. Kaysen takes 1. Run it. 7 seconds left in a 1v3. You got to win. Finds a second, but it's just not going to be enough time. Oh. Well, I stand corrected. With less than a second left, they get the diffuser down. Vertical pressure up top is Joe, the last one alive, in a 1v2. Ash is but a bullet, so if you're able to take the Flores down quick, the end game seems a lot more plausible, but they've moved out. It's a blue hallway trophy. The cross is set. Means the engagement on the 1v1 level is a potential. Pre-fire through the wall. Able to stop that flash from coming in. They know his location now, but he's still behind the shield. It's going to save his life for a moment as they take another couple of shots. Pinging back and forth. He's trapped in the corner. And Kaysen to take him off the board.
Man, absolutely on fire right now. Sitting at 9-3, floating right now. The he's frag leader on the Daystar Rising side and just suffocating this Temper defense. A post-plant scenario there. Chalet being very attacker-sided in what feels like a bit of a turn of events here to start off with. Now, this was the Temper, their map pick, so we knew that they wanted to come in strong. They picked up 3 on the attack, but then losing that first defensive round, a bit of a blow.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not what was on the drawing board when they got
Attackers need to
started for
locate
it.
and
So
defuse
now put
bomb.
themselves in a bit of a bin situation.
Attackers have located a
Means we
bomb.
need to see a big adaptation here. They're going to go to bar gaming, and no Mira on the board, no castle to hold. Of course, no Azami to be utilized here. This is an interesting setup out of Temper to opt for some of the comfort picks. Obviously, Frost is a staple of the bar gaming setup, but are the rest of these just comfort picks maybe?
To me, it's part of the aggressive defense. Right? Temper, for sure, known for being an aggressive team. Running the Ella, running the Jaeger, those two, to me, and the Warden, just says that they want to play aggressive up in the Daystar space. So don't let them gain some space. Don't let them, waste a whole lot of time. And just manage to get in their face. I don't think they're going to sit back and relax at any point here. Now, the problem is, from the Daystar side, they answer back with the Blackbeard and the Mav. I think those two ops are definitely going to help open up some of this space quickly. And we'll see. Trevmac on that Blackbeard could be dangerous, or I've seen him struggle sometimes as well. We'll see which one it's going to be.
Oh, yeah, Blackbeard just got those nerfs, right? I think like 5 of them came to try to shut him down. Now he's still been an opponent in rank for sure. See how he plays out in the competitive scene. We've got a, I'm freezing here a little bit. We've got the EMP's now going to try to shut down those ADSs in the corner so they can put some fire onto them and force them out, some guns ready
well played.
grab him should he leaves, and that's going to be Kaysen to find the first off the board. The second to fall is Geek finally able
Whoa,
to get
Geek!
back. Geek good for 2 as he just holds on to Library. Looking towards the vertical, though. That's going to be 1, and a couple of shots onto the bar, now into a 1v3. It's going to be Ella alone and last one alive here. The cross is set, and it's 3 deep, and it is looking at you. Plant is about to be able to go down, and there's not very much that Ella's going to be able to do out of it. Now gives away the location with the pre-fire, baits it out, but instead, Valeno's going to take him off the board.
Damn. Well played there on the Daystar side, looking clinical on their attacks at this point. And, oh, geez, calling him out, telling him to take a timeout. Oh. Yeah. I'm guessing they called for it before that point, but you take a look at this scoreboard. Kaysen 11-3, going crazy. Geek was doing all he could upstairs to try and hold down that library setup. They managed to clear him out of the corner. He gets 1 off the window, but it is not enough to carry that team to a round win. Daystar won 5 of the last 6 rounds, 3 in a row at this point, and looking, suffocating here on Chalet, at least to start off on their attack. So it's time. Temper, take the timeout, settle it down. Is the timeout buff going to be the difference maker here? We see on this channel, at 60-70% of the time, team that takes that timeout wins the next round. That's what Temper's looking to do.
Yeah, they need it too, because you don't want to let Daystar get some momentum built up in their corner, right? Especially on round number 1. So take the time out. You still got a couple of rounds to play out, to play around with before it is the too little, too late scenario. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull it off. They're headed back to Bar Gaming for this one, and this time they're going to switch it up a little bit, put some shield play in action.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's interesting, right? The beginning of year 10 season 3, we saw Clash ban like nearly every round. Was almost 100% of the time. Tons in Pro League as well. Teams really did not want to like having to deal with her. But as we neared the end of season 3, the Clash bans really started to drop off in favor of some of the more general defensive operators. So more important to get the hard breach off, more difficult to deal with the castles. They had solutions to deal with the Clash, but that meant that teams could play Clash a little bit more often in the competitive settings and just get better at that in general. So I feel like we've seen an increase in the quality of Clash play as well. And right now, Roxo was the Monty. He's the main guy on the Temper team playing the shields, going to take over that role on defense as well.
Camera online.
That was a loud soundbite. I love it. I love also when they're starting to bring that Clash and hiding them, making sure that you might not necessarily know that it's coming up. And now that it's such a demon to deal with that deployable shield, makes it absolutely huge. Double shield duty on the side of Daystars. They're going to get both the Cludge and the Twitch drone active. Not a bad call. Those Banshees can really be those effective pace setters. really this first minute just going to be trying to get some of this gadget off the board.
Yeah, managing to open up a little bit of space, but look at this. Roxo and the Clash downstairs running. I don't know whether or not they caught wind of Mav downstairs opening up this wall, feeling a little bit slow. He's sitting at 9-6-0 though, so Roxo right now ready, not even holding the shield, taking some shots at his feet.
MR rings out, but it's not quite able to get a kill. In fact, Aruni is going to go down in that last exchange, and that's going to give Soapy to go as well as Tweety's able to find one. So technical body balance is solidified. They can potentially get Aruni back up, and they do, so they're going to hold on to the 5 here.
Yeah, this is just feeling like it's stalling out here in the mid-round, though, from the Daystar Rising attack, right? They had a little bit of an advantage, but, man, Kaysen is still left alive at this point, man. Just as I say it, he goes down. He's 12-4. My bad, bro. We're sitting at a 4v3 with that last minute 13, and the defense still has the Clash up. They still have got the mute, and... but you know what? I'm just going to let you take over from here, because every time I talk about somebody, they're dead.
Man advantage sits into the hands of Temper now as they find themselves in a 3-2. A little bit of pressure as the answer back. Lecky able to take one. Answered back again as Tweety good on the double kill. It's now going to find Lecky alone in a 1v as Temper's trying to put an even up equalization to the scoreline.
Oh, that was awesome!
He's going to stuff that one, put him in smoke himself. Obscure his vision a little bit, but also kind of allow him to go get the case and make the drop down in, but they're ready for it. Tashi's able to take him with a body shot.
Oh, yeah, and he only needed a one-tap, fired a couple extra just in case, but that... the magnet catching the arrow and putting the smoke in his face was epic there. Yeah, Daystar picking up the attacking, or Temper finally picking up their defensive win. There it is. After just an incredible amount of caster cursing in a single round. That had to have been setting some sort of a record.
Yep, that's right. And they call it out in the chat too. Steady caster cursing people. Boy, that's difficult to say. If you want to talk about it with Run, you can go ahead and add him at RacingENGR. Ask him why he's caster cursing your favorite players off the board. Almost tied up here, Run. Defense finds one off the back of a well-timed timeout, which means we're going to take it down to the basement now.
This Brava banned on both sides of the map this time. Both teams not wanting to deal with her when it got down to the end of it. Again, interesting. It didn't feel like Brava was a significant factor on the attacking side, but maybe Temper wanting to make sure that they can play a little bit more of those electronic gadgets. So they're going to run the Mute Jammer and this time the Bandit batteries in addition to Roxo's Goyo canisters. So they've got a few pieces of electronic gadgetry they want to make sure that they hold on. We are going to see now, finally, a basement site. We had 3 first-floor sites in a row. Now that Temper found a success on one, and they're going to try this basement defense instead with, again, roam game, right? Bit of a commitment upstairs, setting up, holding on to this mez area. With that, both teams also opting to run the Oryx.
Yeah, and also fun operator. We're going to see Sentry come out to make a play. And I think that's great. Lots of util this time opting for the barbed wire C4 combo, but really can just do just about anything. And it was obviously the idea behind it. I love seeing Sentry and Striker being put onto the board. Attacker's going to go for a top down here, even into the basement. Got to make sure that flank is going to be around, my friend.
Yeah, you've got to hold on to that second floor mez to make sure that the defense can't try and... You need to hold on to the window, the top of the fireplace stairs. If the defense has any hold upstairs, it can make that very difficult to make the push and force you into sort of a backside wine cellar take, as opposed to having a little bit of flexibility. But, again, Roxo just running around like crazy, taking some shots at the window, and Kaysen absolutely makes him pay for it, and picks up a double.
Hello? Sheesh, the disrespect in the 360 reload to claim a second. That puts him up 5-3 now and a bit on the back foot if you're a defender. Forcing everybody down to that first floor off of that second floor play, and now only one really actually in sight is the Sentry.
They don't need to try and do site direct right now. This top-down clear is working for them in a big way. I mean, off the back, obviously, of a case and double. What can you do when he is floating? Well, try and bunker back down in sight, maybe gain a little bit of space, but no, he's just going to go ahead and delete Tweety as well.
Now puts himself on pace for the aces. There's 2 left. Air jab goes out to try to put some pressure on, and they see him. The plant's starting to go down. Kitson on the quad kill. One move for Kitson.
He says, let me have it!
It's still a flawless round, but he says no ace for you, Kason Statham.
Oh, man. God, the VC has got to be spicy right now. He ran over on the other side just to make sure he could get that kill. So be stealing it from him. But he does pick up a 4-piece to manage that. But man, ace denied. It was a flawless though, and that put Daystar Rising on match point here on map 1 of this best of 5. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone. We're very near the end of map 1. There are several more to go. It is the grand final here in the Mukbang League.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
6 to 4, need to be perfect for 2 to take this one into overtime. Definitely a possibility on a defensive chalet. They're going to take the kitchen this time. And we're going to see that familiar Ella come back on the board, anticipating some shield play. Joe back onto the clash as well. So they're looking to dig in here a little bit, Run. I think that's the right call. Still show some of that early aggression, a little bit of ghost pressure maybe that their spawn peaks will be there, and then really bunker down and hold up.
This is the Daystar, or the Temper defense going back to kitchen one more time. So they lost it back on round 7. So now's the adaptation. That was the post-plant scenario with the vertical coverage there from the Daystar attack. And Temper upstairs trying to hold on and sort of a bit of a Uno reverse right at the end. So gotta do a better job holding on this time upstairs. We'll see whether or not they can pull this off. And you said it. Yeah, Roxo back on the shield again. The clash. See whether or not he can survive just a little bit longer this time. Attacker's doing this bottom clear as well. Kason running the buck this time around to open up some of that space.
And with the Amaru on board, could maybe see that hatch play run. That would be lovely. A hatch plant.
Well, and we saw the Sense gadget. Yeah, he rolled it through the drone hole to put those Sense gadget projectors down on the floor. He didn't turn them on right away though, so they may be sitting there waiting.
There it is. Poised onto the hatch right now. Tweety able to find Kason, and they're going to put themselves up into the trophy. Not for that plant, but they're able to find one. L85 to claim a life, and that's going to be put us into a 4-4. Battle onto the stairs, looking for it, answered back. They're going to get the down and the in-turn kill. They're able to get Lecky back up, so not a huge damage done. Clash now in some danger as the Candelas come out. More flashes, more distraction, just absolute chaos as they are util dumping, trying to take this space up here. They claim it. Clash has been put onto a standstill. One on the first floor. Tweety still looking to get active towards somebody getting in towards a plant, and it's going to be Valeno. Oh, he's going to die. That's what's going to happen to Valeno. They put it onto the Clash, able to pick the shield back up and slow him down, but it's going to be the Clash last alive. Nothing to do here as an LMG is going to claim their life. Map 1, Chalet into the hands of Daystar, but we've got 4 more to potentially get through.
Yeah, big GG's there to the Daystar Rising team. Kason, the MVP, just going crazy. I think at 16 kills he managed to pick up there that time. Yeah, 16, 5, and 1. Hell of a start here for this team. Temper put up a damn good fight on their map pick, but Daystar just a little bit better, taking advantage of all of the little mistakes that they made across the board, playing the vertical just better. Love that we got a chance to see Chalet here to start off the best of 5 grand final.
Yeah, no kidding. Punished for the mistakes. I think that will be the highlight of map number 1. We'll see if they've got a little bit of change as Clubhouse comes up. Not a map that you can really make those mistakes on. It's textbook, it's default, and if you miss one, you're absolutely going to be punished for it. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you that second map. Ayo.
Let's go. That is the greatest moment in my life, bro.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back. It's a best of 5 in the Mukbang, and one map is already done and dusted. On to the second course, my friend. It's Clubhouse, Whiskey Run.
Yeah, that's right. Clubhouse time, map 2. Hell yeah, can't wait, my friend. The great equalizer. You say it all the time. This is the map where good teams go to die, or maybe in this case, win. We talked about the map bans in this case. Yeah, Clubhouse picked by Daystar after taking down Temper on their map pick. This is huge. The fact that they were able to beat them here.
Yeah, no kidding. That was a big first one and a statement. So now you head onto your own map pick, and if things go according to plans, you're one away from sealing up a grand finals. But not, of course, if Temper has anything to say about it. As the first band starts to ring out, Ying gonna be on there, just that absolute agent of chaos, and almost necessary now when you get into that hatch drop scenario, since when you drop a little bit farther, you're not exactly allowed to ADS yet. So need a little help with that agent of chaos play that is Ying. Gonna be taken off the board here, though.
Yo, and big thanks to Bun Bun Flower for the tier 1 sub with Prime. Thank you, my brother. Thanks for joining us. And then, okay, Capital and Bandit the others. So Daystar really leaning into the breach now. They want to be able to make sure they get that open. Forcing Temper into a 2-brow scenario is really their only option. And they're going to leave it open now. So this gives Daystar a lot of options. All the hard breach available, no breach denial. They should be able to get everything open that they want and need.
Okay, well, you said it. New operator on the board. I can't wait to see some Denari play. We've seen a couple of cheeky little things that the content creators are bringing out. Getting some of that first glimpses and looks at it. Specifically, the one where you're putting it on each side of the staircase coming in. Can't necessarily see it when you're coming down, and you find yourself in a real tough position, potentially late round if you have to make that last minute play. Hey, yo, Jay. Thank you so much for those gifted subs, Star Bro. We really appreciate the hell out of you.
Oh yeah, it is September. If you've been following any of the other content creators out there, yeah. Twitch giving away discounted subs to the channel, so much appreciated. Thanks to everybody for joining us to being a part of this Mukbang Grand Final. I mean, it feels like it's Grand Final week. We've been casting for the past week, lots of maps, and there are more still to come, my friend.
Okay, so you can see a little bit of that gadget used towards the dirt area, which in conjunction with a Goyo could really make pushing in there quite difficult and when you're going for that quick plant sort of scenario. It's all deny and pace setters here on the defense run. I mean, like, legitimately every single one is meant to slow you down.
Yeah, if you're going to be able to open up all the sight lines, yeah, focus on trying to prevent this team from being able to get some motion in there. So running the shield this time, Trev Mech on the Blackbeard, able to gain a little bit of space, but losing the Hibana means at least part of this hard breach down. They still do have the ace in the hands of Valeno, so they've got options still. As that first minute ticks down, working on clearing the defensive utility. Everybody down in the basement except for Geek running the new out there, holding on to the garage lounge side. So don't know whether or not this attack team has identified him, whether or not they're hunting him yet at this point.
Well, a huge first pick. They're trying to claim some of that vertical space. They're going to have to do it with, well, they don't even have any can openers. So, Hatch is going to remain closed for the duration here. Castle goes down as the equalizer happens. Now put us into a 4-4 scenario. Oh, that keeps tripping me out here in the voice comms from it. Valeno's able to take one off the board, and that's going to be a main advantage into the hands of Temper now. They find themselves up 4-3.
4-3, final minute of the game ticking down. Seeing this attacking team, they've got a little bit of push down here on the main stairs, holding on to bar for both Kaysen and Soapy. Kaysen going crazy that last round, playing the Deimos here to start off with, and man, the final 42 seconds. What? Oh, what? Oh, wow. Level 3 and Siege double shot matching some of the gifted. Let's go.
Yeah, we're in a sub off now. This is Stealth was able to claim one as well. Thank you so much, Stealth. We appreciate you, homie. 3-3 equalized now as TrevMax able to take Tweety off the board. Answered back as Soapy goes down. Now into a 3-2 scenario as the pressure starts to mount for the attack. 18 seconds left as they've made their way into the hallway, but not much further. Looking towards Goyo, they're going to find him. Equalized on the number count now. 10 seconds, they've got to push in and get the plant started. Up into the corner, holding onto the cross, waiting for it. The time is there. He's not going to get it. Triple kill rings out. Geek's able to take one and defenders claim it.
Wow. Honestly, a little bit surprised at the way that one played out. It looked like Daystar had the control. They had some options there, and then chaos at the end. You said it, Temper picking up round 1 here in the basement. But now we move on to the gym bedroom side, and I think this is the part where having the hard breach or the breach denial ops band gives the Daystar Rising attack a little bit of a boost. So this would be the difference maker. They don't have the Capitao to try and push any of that Temper defense out from holding on to those upper the rafters area if they want to have any of that garage control. But this to me feels like the first opportunity to see how that having the hard breach not available to the defense is going to play into this Daystar Rising attack.
The 10 gifted subs in the chat. Thank you, Anonymous. You know who you are. If you got one, send some love, send some thanks, and enjoy those custom emotes. September already off to a banging start. Thank you, everybody, so much for helping support the double shot.
Hell yeah, level 5 hype train as well. Doesn't happen very often, but appreciate everybody being here with us to watch the end of this, or really, the beginning of this match. We're into the thick of it here. And Castle blocking off some of these sight lines. That's the opportunity there. If they don't have the hard breach, the breach channel ops, Castle will try and block some of it. And they have really moved themselves over to block off this Cash CC side as well. Big presence from the defense.
And hype train solidified. Run. We're just being blessed right now in the chat. Just overwhelmed. Thank you so much, everybody. Hanging out with us, watching this grand finals, subbing to the channel. Enjoy those emotes. Enjoy the time. This is gonna be amazing. What a great freaking day. Okay, Run. Doubled up on the hard breach. You have to when you're taking on that that top site, right? And this time they're going to opt for Habana and Ace to get done a little bit of long-range devastation. And you have to have that to take on this Mira. They brought a couple of options to the field for it. Callie can also help out in that situation. One thing you know from this lineup is they want to make sure that those Miras are not going to remain intact.
Yeah, we saw Valeno there making sure he works the Habana, getting the Habana trick on that wall perfectly to be able to open it all the way up. We have seen teams try and push through that too quickly and waste some of that and screw up that trick over there on the Jacuzzi side. And you said a lot of action happening over here on the Cash CC side as well. Half the round is gone, and right now this attacking team still heavily focused and tons of defensive presence as well. Ace feels like he's on a bit of an island right now with 3 of those defenders over there to take him on.
And first kill goes out as Lecky's able to take Tweety off the board, and they're still looking towards that construction pressure and presence as it gets answered back. One of the hard breaches done and dusted as they're able to rotate back into construction, looking towards Logi for another, but back onto the intact Mira that sits inside of the vault here. 4-4 as we get tied up, and Wilfman, thank you so much for the gifted subs, 5 of them. Continuing the hype train on level 6, 75%. Oh man, what an absolute play. Tied up, Run. The timer starts to tick down. 50 seconds left, and we've got the defense set up in a standard triangle formation, covering all of their different angles at the moment. Start to open up onto the single wall so they can put pressure onto it in sight. But that's the problem. They haven't even made it into the spot to make sight just yet. So with 29, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath when everything starts to tick off. Looking towards that mirror window, not able to take them off, and that's going to be the shots from the Vector to ring out and take Kaysen off the board. Man advantage into the hands of Temper now as they're locking in a 4v3, 14 seconds, nobody pushing, nobody making those angles. A quick shot as he jumps in, Lecky able to take one, Sophie goes down, one, and it's going to be TrevMax alone in a 1v3 situation to try being back, but with 3 seconds, I don't think so. Sheesh.
Damn,
Fabrizio,
man.
Thank you for the gifted subs. Anonymous Bun Bun, thank you so much for the 5 additional gifted subs. Level 7 hype train on the Mukbang Grand Finals. Let's go.
Wow, big W. And honestly, yeah, you got to take a breath at this point, man. That was just back and forth battle upstairs at the end. And even though the breach denial operator is banned out, Daystar Rising unable to try and find a win upstairs on that second floor. Temper picks up their second defensive win. They're going to try it now. This 2F CC cash side, and that was where all the action was happening basically up until that final 30 seconds anyway, so might as well play this side defensively. They had a great hold upstairs, managed to completely shut down this attack, and right now we're not seeing that same crazy attack we saw from Daystar. Kaysen sitting at 0-2, unable to find the magic he had on Chalet, and honestly it was magic, but let him get hot one more time, and they are going to be dangerous. So Temper right now feeling themselves. Daystar getting ready to rise.
The test on the Tersh run. They're going to take a
10 seconds
kind of
remaining.
like an extension that you see with Casso, but this time they're going to use just a regular barricades.
5 seconds left
Add
before
a little bit of slowdown, but Mira back on the board. You see this a lot with the Mira where you can put one onto that main breach and really just make it incredibly difficult to get it opened up. I don't know if that was the play this time. Yep, there it is. Late round, or early round, they're going to find that.
All right, first 20 seconds down. I love this Mira setup as well on that main breach. Really makes it difficult there for the attackers to try and gain some space because gives the defense that sight line immediately into taking some shots at them. The one thing I feel like we're missing, the new op. Not getting to see very much of him after that initial play in the basement, so really love to see some more of that. Daystar, though, working on gaining some space, looking and droning all of this out. You can see the orange outlines. No real presence from the defense over on the gym bedroom side. Really a lot of space over all the way to Khan. It's really only Tweety and the Clash to stop that push over.
Yeah, really more focused on that side, so they're going to get some of this space for relative free, and they did bring along the shield as well, so a spearhead to get active. Now, Blackbeard has had quite a few nerfs in this new season, and you've seen it play out. We've seen more Blackbeard deaths recently than we almost ever have, which is kind of interesting. So a little shield on shield play here. We're going to see that first bit of contest get active on the Clash on the Blackbeard.
Man, this minute and 20 left at this point. We're halfway through the round and still 10 left alive in this server. Now the battle is going to start to happen, but Clash completely blocking off the con side. Even though they have space, Clash is just blocking it, unable to really gain anything. We're going to use the shield on the other side, and oh, almost loses her life to that side shot from Blackbeard.
C4 rings out, but it's not able to claim any just yet. And we're into the final minute of the round for to see the first death. Soapy finally taken down as they're taking that space. But that mirror window still just proving to be too difficult. Getting past the ADS as they're able to answer back as Costa goes down to a 4-4. Velen goes down. Flash to fall. Now into a 3-2 situation as Kaysen gets ripped off the board. Attackers have that man advantage. Now on them, they have it doubled up, and they're just going to push straight in. Sheesh. Okay, well, that was
Wow.
that was an interesting round for Daystar to finally claim their first. It was absolute chaos run.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Somebody said it earlier, I think in the chat during that first one. Aggressive defense, aggressive offense, and that's what we're seeing here in this final. It's not the super strategic siege. We did see a little bit of that vertical play, but honestly, just guns blazing, trying to fight it out at the very end. Like you said, you got a minute 20 left, all 10 left alive. We knew it was going to be chaos all the way up until the end, and that time the attackers find a win. So it was basement 2F, the primary secondary sites won by the defense, the tertiary picked up by the attackers, giving them the option to go back downstairs to the basement, which was very strong hold for Temper. See if Daystar can adapt, change up the way that this one's played.
Okay.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
First bit of
defused
round
by
rotate
attackers.
done. The test on the Tersh, they were able to pass it. Now you got to head back down to the basement. And I've seen this look already. Know a little bit of what they're bringing to the table, except their defense is going to switch it up. Right, this time they're going to send some cams that can shoot back. Maestro on the board. Still leaning into that pace-setting play style that Temper is really favored here on the defense. Maestro can only add to that one.
I like the option here of running the Maestro and the combination of the Maestro and the Mute. Intel deny and this the ability for the cams there to fight back. Combine that with the Goyo, I think this is a great hold downstairs in the defense. So again, they didn't opt for the new op, opting for some of the more traditional, and you know what, can't fault them there. This feels like a good hold here for the basement. I like the Goyo play, so good on some of these basement defensive sites, both here on Clubhouse and on Bank. Really difficult to manage. Combine that with the Mute, deny that intel for this Daystar Rising team. They're going to have to focus on the vertical. And right now it's looking like from the Temper side, everybody in the basement. This round is 30 seconds in, so they're not. It's going to be difficult to try and rotate up at all. So really no roam game at this point. It's going to give Daystar a ton of opportunity here for a fish in a barrel scenario.
Okay, well, taking a quick look, they're getting the second floor all sussed out. No need necessarily with actual bodies, as everybody's bunkered down. They're gonna make sure that they're sitting, making sure that no quick plant can come through. Holding up onto the stairs was the only bit of reloading, like a little bit of leverage. They were trying to hold on to that first floor, but retreated back down. Now it's a full turtle.
Yeah, really just bunkered back down. You can see the ram coming out, opening up all those that sections of the floor. They're going to have all kinds of space to take the shots in church now. The big thing that feels like it's missing, or at least limited there on the defense side too, is the C4. It's only Geek and the Mute that brought out the C4, and he's holding on to it to take care of the main push. So it's going to give this option for not blowing up the floor on the Arsenal side. I think sort of... It feels like a piece that's missing there from the defense, but we're already into that final almost minute, 10 seconds of the play. There's the execute happening. The hatch drop starting, my friend.
That's right, grenade rings out. That's going to take one of the Goyos down, and the C4 isn't quite going to hit.
Frag grenade out.
So they're going to try to force them out. Whoa! Did he just bounce that off his shield? No, he didn't, right? That's kind of what it looked like.
No way, yeah.
Pushed up onto the fire, and that's going to be...
Oh, no.
Environment ingredient kill?
I'm not sure what that one was.
Either way, attackers down by 2 as the defense have just really solidified and locked in this hold. The drop-down moto, but there's several able to be close and play off of it. Looking for the long range. Kashi able to take Lecky off the board, puts us into a 5-2. Soapy goes down, which means Ace will be the last alive. Smoke canisters holding him at bay. He's able to find Geek as he starts a little bit of the clock back, but there's just so much going on. So many explosions, so much smoke. It's a too little too late scenario as Kashi's able to take him down.
Yeah, there the defensive utility just comes in clutch, backed up by some great gunplay there from the Temper defense. The smokes, the explosions, the Goyos, just a little bit too much there for the Daystar Rising attack to handle. Needed to work on clearing out some of that utility earlier, and at the end of it, not able to bait out the smokes early enough there to gain some space. The execute came in, but just not quite enough. So from the Daystar Rising side, it's a little bit of a slow start, and Temper, much better hold here, starting off on Clubhouse than they had on Chalet, which is honestly a bit of a flip. The Uno reverse card, as you like to say. This is Daystar Rising's map pick. Temper losing theirs on Chalet in the first map. So the big question will be going into the second half is, how are they going to come back here on Clubhouse? And can they stop this Temper defense? Can they hold them to 3? Or are we going to get closer to that standard 4-2 split?
Attackers have located a bomb.
We're ready for company.
You know, I was just thinking about that. And it's been prevalent, right? We've seen this quite a bit lately where you are able to take your enemy's map pick and lose your own. But the thing here on Clubhouse, that's maybe not necessarily the case, right? Daystar's taking their first. If they claim the second round now, 4-2 split on attacking for Clubhouse feels okay, right? Like if I'm going on to my defense on a 4-2 split, I'm feeling pretty okay with that. A 3-3, obviously the most ideal if they want to claim their second map, but I wouldn't be mad at a 4-2 here, Rum.
Jammer ready.
No, hell no, especially when you're talking about map 2 of a best of 5. That honestly is the place that, you know what, totally comfortable in that scenario with how much time and how much opportunity we have left in this grand final. Love that. The impact trick working on that main breach. They're going to waste one of the ace charges, so Lecky's going to have to use another to try and open up that second piece of it. And you're going to use the can openers as well, this time over on the Jacuzzi side. So they're going to get some of these opened up. We knew that they would. The question is how much additional space, how much additional utility they're going to need to work this. Daystar Rising Attack basically claimed space down here on the lounge side. It's only Clash, and she's just sort of giving intel, not really stopping that push.
Which is good here for the first minute, right? Just letting them know exactly where the push is coming allows them to direct some more of that attention that direction. Flashes ring out as they start to push up the stairs. Good for one, but traded back into a frost. Oh, now you're on the debuff if you still are allowed to live. Flash tricking going on with the shield as the air jab comes out, and Lecky's able to take Joe off the board. In the end here, we find ourselves in a 4v3 scenario. 4v2 is now Frost goes down. Potential to be picked up, but no, Soapy's gonna deny that. Tweety done for. 4v2 now, as the defense has to try to hold on for another minute and 22. And just shout out to Kato there. He did bounce that Selma charge off his shield. Thank you for catching that clip. Really appreciate that. That's amazing.
Yeah, what a W play. 2v4 as we count down to the final minute of gameplay. Tons of action happening there. And again, the slowdown as we enter this final minute of the execute. The attackers have they have some space. They've got the opportunity. The drones coming in, the intel, they're forcing this Temper defense. And right now, their best opportunity, 3 pushing in from the Logi side. Gonna put a ton of pressure on Geek. He has got to win some of these gun battles.
Tried pushing straight up into it. Does get a trade as Trev Mack is able to find one as well, but no, not going to be the case. The tarot turns. The opponent's fate was sealed, and they're going to find one on attack.
Yeah, all of that crazy action happening again early on in the round, then the bit of the calm before the storm before Daystar shuts that attack down, or the defense down at the very end there. The Logi push coming up successful. Now, gonna go one more time to the Cash CC side rather than trying to play the gym bedroom. Honestly, not a bad call. They lost the site when they played it back on round 3, but now they've got the intel, the opportunity to make the adaptation for how Daystar was pushing, and they can just hold on. They have held on to this side of the map very successfully. It feels like when Temper plays a little bit more extended defense, a little bit more roam heavy, maybe a little bit of extension, they seem to do better. When they bunker back down is where they start to struggle. So we'll see how much of an extension they hold over here on the on this Cash CC site.
Like the change up here run for this Cash CC. They had that extension downstairs last time, sans the castle. This time they're going to bring them out. And a little bit of an adaptation in the form of health, right? Doc with that stem to bring it back up to full health. It's been bits and pieces, right? You've been getting the downs. You're just having little chunks taken off of you. So I think the Doc Castle combo here is a good move to try to solidify your 4-2 split. Because honestly, Temper is a phenomenal team, right? They are the top in a ton of different leagues that they play in currently that we personally cast in. So if they take it with a 4-2, that feels like it's more in their favor. But when their momentum gets chopped, buddy, it gets chopped. You don't want to go into this one on a 3-3.
Oh, wow.
No way.
I was going to say, it felt like that Goyo canister on the main breach was a bit of a dangerous situation there for the defense, having that sort of in the middle of their space and potentially making it difficult for them to hold on to the main breach, but the attackers didn't pop it. They managed to use the can openers directly on either side of that. Not sure whether or not that was intentional or just an unfortunate miss. It's going to give this defense the ability to try and deny any sort of a hop in there really late round. That is going to make it tough for Daystar.
Man, took that Selma off the board, which means there's only one left. Which means you're going to have a vault through to get in through this con single here. This time trying to hold on to it. Joe's going to lose his life. They make themselves into a 5-4 scenario, starting to push in towards that extension downstairs. A couple of shots towards the door. Lecky gonna find another one.
Oh, what a shot!
Does see Soapy go down though, so potential to get back up. They could find themselves close to equalizing. Oh, baited.
Get baited.
And they did it. Yeah. Doc's able to take Geek back up to a full stem, but find ourselves in another situation, right? A 4v2, a tough hill to climb, and 60 did which to do so. Grenades ring out, forcing them off of the red stair. Now picking up. They're gonna find it. Yeah, that was a quick swing. Soapy takes Geek, and Lecky takes Kashi, and that is gonna take us tied up at the half.
Damn, Daystar answering back. I thought we might see a little bit of a change up and Temper adapting there, but a couple big things, right? The great shot from downstairs and the bait on the revive just sucked that defense in. Unfortunate. And it saw Kaysen pick up his first kill. We talked about it. Slow start here versus his amazing start on Chalet. So don't let that man get hot. Going to make it very difficult for Temper to come back. And the rest of that Daystar squad picking up all of the slack, coming up with a 3-3 half. So Geek tried holding on to the top of the red stairs, found one great shot, not enough to carry the rest of the round. So tied up again. If you're just joining us, man, welcome to the Mukbang Grand Final. We're on map 2 of a best of 5. That first 7-4 victory on Chalet to the Daystar Rising team. So Temper trying to come back and even this map count up.
Okay, a little bit of a pause. A moment to let the sound of silence sink in as we're at 3-3. A big map for Temper. You don't want to find yourself down 2 in a best of 5 because that shortens the odds quite a bit. A 1 map win here from Temper guarantees us some, was it border play? Was border our 4th?
Border, yep. Border, Cafe, Layer to close it out.
And I hope to see them all, honestly.
Yeah, this is and to me interesting. You take a look at the bans right at the beginning of the year 10 season 3. Introduced that new ban system early on here in year 10, but we were seeing a ton of this exact ban setup. The breach denial and the hard breach operators completely paired up. So you're going to make it easy to open it, but you're going to force them into the specific op that Hibana, usually the one that's left on the board with the ace and the therm going down. So it's sort of a little bit of a tit for tat ban system there, but this really felt like what we saw in a couple of the pro games early on in Reload. So interesting that it's come back to that because we sort of pushed away from it as we closed out year 10 season 3. Now day 2 here on the new season.
You know, it makes sense. Default map, default bans, default takes. That's what Clubhouse is. It's the textbook, right? So, yeah, it makes sense to see them taken off the board. One of the things that you really want to focus on when you're getting into that gym bedroom approach is opening everything, right? That's the strat. The open sesame strat roulette plays out here in that you have to open that cache CCTV, the con single, both con singles, honestly, and onto the hot tub side. So taking both of the hard breach off the board means you're going to have to focus on bringing some can openers to the table, which can get a little dicey when you're trying to get in. As low as you get it, sometimes there's still a vault action that has to happen. Not going to be the case for this first. We're going to take it down to the church arsenal area. And defense, they're going to go for the dig in here. Since the zombie was left on the board, the architect will be brought out, which means pushing in on that dirt side is going to be difficult, specifically at a zombie Mira combo.
Oh, not only that, but the Valeno run out as well on dirt, and he ran all the way back without reinforcing that wall. That feels a little bit dangerous. So they have completely worked this roam setup here from the Daystar defense. You've got Kaysen holding downstairs or upstairs in that bedroom hallway, and Soapy playing in the garage as well, and Lecky on the Azami holding down the central stairs. So they are very spread out right now. A little bit of an opportunity for this Temper attack, but the run out there from Valeno in the dirt tunnel, I think, gave them a little bit of pause. They know that they have one playing there. So this is a sort of a good setup with a spread out, hitting all of those major push points that the Temper attack might make a push in.
I like it. Some of that ghost pressure now moving back down the stairs is they're still trying to keep up some of that intense pressure. And look at that, some vertical being had that they're able to escape back to site. Just every single defender now push themselves back.
No way!
Ouch. Oh, that's tough. You knew it was open. You put some pressure on it. You knew he was playing there, and he just is going to kill one. That's some intel off board, and might have been some impacts or some of those can openers as well that they're taking down. So now it's going to be put all onto the shoulders of Joe. They're taking some shots down there because you have to, right? You have to stop the bleeding from Dirt.
Yeah, Valeno taking down Brady for that opening pick. I mean, they knew he was running out. I just don't think that he was expecting it was going to be such a late round push there. I mean, you're talking about that was a minute and a half into the round for him to try and make that run out one more time. Crazy late in this round.
Yeah, no kidding. And so finally they take that Dirt space, but it comes at a cost. There it is. Geek's able to take Valeno off the board. It was a huge time waste. Now we're at 57 seconds, and they're making their presence known on the main. And unfortunately, Kashi going to lose his life as the headshot's going to ring out, which means the defense is going to go up by 1 here in that body balance. And in the health deficit sits Joe currently.
33 seconds, my friend. Man, tied up 3-3, and they're still working the intel side, still working the drone. This execute is about to happen. Capitao going to support it. Can he block off that defender from pushing up onto the bomb?
Flames go out, and that's going to make him sit on, holding onto the Dirt hatch. A little bit of damage. Trev Mack goes down as it gets, now body balance sits into the hands of the attackers. The C4 to try to stop them. They're going to claim
C4
off the board. Meet Jello now into a 6 seconds. Have to find the kills here, and the defense is just going to hold. There's still a C4. A quick swing. The plate's going down, but he's going to get off it. He's not going to waste his life on that one. It was a done and dusted.
Saving his KD, denying Kaysen to pad the kill count one more time. He picked up 2 there with the huge C4 and then the answer back. Man, almost a 3K in that round, honestly. We're going to have to give it to him because it was that close when it came down to it. Daystar picks up that defense on first round of their half. Now we get to see how they're going to manage their 2F. Both teams really successful on the defense in the basement so far.
In bedroom time, bring it out without that double hard breach scenario. Might see a little bit of some striker play.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Hope so. Defense is going with a little bit of stall game, and this time introducing the Vigil onto the board.
Ooh, the Vigil play. Soapy running it, and the Boss G. Sort of a feast or famine. We've seen, you know, the Vigil, obviously the ability to deny that attacker intel, but you know, sometimes you get yourself in a bad situation where you're going to need more than 2 shots. This is going to be holding on to some of those long angles. It is Clubhouse. There is plenty of opportunities and knowledge for these players on where they can try and hold some of those long angles. But up against this this Temper attack team that has had some very good, some very clean shots, it's a dangerous proposition.
You can worry less about grenades now. Magnet deployed.
First kill already. Geek gonna go down. Valeno able to take him down. That means those Roteros gonna be absolutely useless. Question mark rings out in the chat. A little bit of chalking action, hopefully going down if you're on the defensive side. Tough play. Double shield now. Gonna see Geek leave the lobby, potentially on a technical issue.
Potentially on the technical. Yeah.
Defense is online.
His frames were down. That was it. He's gonna lock in though when he comes back in this lobby. He was having a hell of a game to start off with, but just not able to convert that into round wins. This Temper team cannot let their mental get chalked early. It is a best of 5. We are only in map 2, and they lost Chalet 7-4, so it wasn't a complete blowout. And they are in this best of 5. They are in this grand final. They can certainly win it. Don't get chalked now, my friends.
That's right. This is a marathon. You got to keep yourself in it. Trev Mack goes down to some pistol play as they get equalized onto the number count. Still got to deal with those dang mute jammers, even in death. They're not able to open up onto the single wall leading in just yet. Monty, the spearhead, starting to take some decisive steps. They claim some real estate. Now looking towards that Logi area, and there's somebody there to say hello should they get a little bit too close. Damage only really done on Lecky at this moment in this 4-4.
Setting traces somewhere.
Valen able to take Kaysen off the board. Lecky is finding Joe. Is Soapy able to answer now into a 3v2 as Lecky's onto the double kill. He does go down in the process. Unconfirmed. Looking towards that main breach area. And it all got silent for this last 60 seconds.
Damn. Yeah,
Vigil is going to get sussed out. Go ahead.
we've definitely seen this happen. It's this mid-game slowdown that starts to happen. Just a little bit of a pause. They're trying to collect their thoughts at this point. You still have got 2 left alive. 2v2 with this final 40 seconds. Don't throw away the opportunity. Tweety's going to pick up one. It is all down to Soapy.
That's right. And as the flash is ringing out, the danger starts to happen, but Valen's able to take him off the board.
Wow. Damn, I was honestly not expecting Temper there to pick it up after going down very early, 4v5 scenario. We're obviously in a pause. It was technical, not just rage quitting early on for being the first guy to go down. Potentially an actual tech issue there. But Temper bounced back. They held on, did not let the mental get chalked, and managed to win that round down in a 5v4 scenario. So Daystar, good hold to start off in the basement, gave up that gym bedroom site as the alternative now with a ton of the action happening on the Cash CC side, which is really what we saw on the Temper defense as well. That really being the hinge pin for everything that was happening upstairs. So really both of the teams focusing on that. It's interesting, we've sort of seen the shift away from the jacuzzi side push as the main entry for the attackers, and really focusing on the Cash CC con side take as the alternative, and defenses really spending a lot of time reinforcing and extending out on that side of the map and spending a lot of resources and just meeting the attackers there.
So now we head over to the Tersh run, CCTV, and kind of the question mark on how you're going to hold it. Are you going to extend outside? Are you going to extend down? Like, where will the pressure come from? We're already looking at seeing the new operator on board. So maybe a potential to hold on to those garage stairs. Maybe the stop towards that site overplay. Either way, this has got some potential here on the defense. No drone work to be had. You're bringing along the architect to stop that shield push from coming in. This is the test on the Tersh. Daystar seems to be setting up a good defense.
And I love what TrevMac is already showing here is this the changing around the lineup. They've got the opportunity since we're in a tech pause, but showing the Denari. I want to see more of this. Obviously, we talk about it. More of the new op. Want to see how those strats are happening. And we're in the T3 trenches at this point. That's where all the magic happens, where players trying new stuff. The pros have got a lot on the line, so they sometimes don't take as many chances as we get to see from all the entry-level leagues. So I love that we're going to get to see some of that happen here in this grand final. So yeah, a little bit of a tech pause is working. Geek, though, back in the game, just about ready to get this thing started as we're tied up round 9, 4-4 in this grand final. Man, 4-4 on map 2. This one has got the option to go the distance like we talked about in that setup.
These next couple of rounds going to prove to be really important if you're a Temper fan. It's attack onto Clubhouse. You got to get some of that out-of-the-box thinking for a textbook map.
Attackers
And
need to locate
this is the
and
site
defuse
to do it
bombs.
on, right? If you've ever played Clubhouse, played it on Cash CCTV, it is the favored site in the ranked community. So lots of attention to be put on it here. Shown a couple of fun ops on the side of the attack. Could switch. We could still see that switch. There's 30 seconds to do so. But having the fuse on the board, already liking that bit of action. And the question when you get to the fuse is, are you bringing it as a shield play and a util clear, or are you bringing the gun? A lot of times, recently, it's been the fuse shield. I love that.
Well, I mean, with the shield buff that we
10
saw
seconds
as a
left
part
before
of year
insertion.
9 going back that far, there was a lot of players that, you know, we saw the shields banned frequently. The Monty, the Blackbeard, the Blitz. So that left Fuse and his shield as the option. So we saw players spending a lot of time playing the Fuse shield and sort of got used to it, got it in. Whether or not you're even using his ability, which is honestly devastating in some situations, you know, Fuse Shield, that's the way to go. But of course, as we're talking about it, Rox will go ahead and switch off that play, so we're not get to see the Fuse. But they brought along the Blackbeard as the shield alternative here, as they're working to set up this top side and open up that main wall.
Yeah, we put too much pressure on the Fuse shield run. He's like, you know what? Nope, not gonna do it. Not right now. Not this day. All right. I wonder where those. Laser beams went. There we are.
Just as
We
you
gotta figure out the
say
name of those things.
it is a trip connector there. The trip connector there for Operation High Stakes. He's got one in the hallway top of those main stairs, and I love this red side hold there with the mirror window in on the red stair, and then looking into the cache side. So yeah, you can hear this push in. They're gonna have to manage to try and deal with it, but I think yeah, he had it blocked by the boxes and a distraction. Kaysen, well played off that back of that gadget.
Trev and Kaysen both able to find one. Soapy claims one now, and as it starts to fall apart for this attacking team, finally able to answer back, but just not going to be enough. Trev Mack's going to take his second for the round and puts himself in a tough spot.
Wow, what a shot there through the window. They even though we had a bit of a long pause there, Daystar taking advantage of it. And I think sometimes we get into those situations with the tech pause. The team that's got the guy who's out sort of focused on getting him back in. There's a lot of energy around, is he going to be able to get back in? Are we having a problem? Get the invite out. Whereas the team that had the 5 stacks still in are able to use that very much as an extended timeout, focus on the way they wanted to play that site, and they come up big there on the Cache CC side. So Daystar 5-4 as we get in. The next bands coming out, Azami and Grim again. Both of those ops I think have been banned on every half we've had so far.
Yeah, and you know what? It's kind of been a constant over all of the leagues, right? Grim is just proving to be one of those capable operators.
Defenders, protect
The
your
ability to
bombs.
suss out
By attackers.
where the enemy is without having to put yourself in danger is just unprecedented in the way that you can get multi-swings without really having to get your intel op in danger. He's just huge. Kit good, 3-speed. I believe brings along the bailiff as well. I mean, just an important figure, especially when you're going into those blind drops, right? When you're dropping in from kitchen hatch and you have to find out if there's somebody sitting on the rotate, if there's somebody playing in that back corner turf, if somebody's on the boxes, just an important piece of gadgetry for that. So they're gonna take them off, and no sense in talking about why Azami got banned. That's just a big scenario.
Yeah, Azami, too damn good here now. From this Temper attack, though. All right, this is Daystar. If you're just joining us again, welcome everyone to the Mukbang Grand Finals. We're in map 2 of a best of 5. The first one going to Daystar, 7-4 on Chalet. So this one is Daystar's pick. Temper looking to upset in the same way Daystar did on their map pick. Can they find some attacking wins here on Clubhouse? Certainly, it's the equalizer. You go into this, if you play this map, if you pick into this map, you know that the other team for sure is going to have a good Clubhouse. Everyone has a good Clubhouse because you have to. It's played so often in Siege competitive play, especially at the entry-level side. But right now, working on the vertical side, Geek bringing along the sledge, easily opening up some of these pieces, and the big change up. We talked about it on when Temper was on defense. The C4s on the defensive side, 3 of them. That makes the kitchen entrance very difficult. They are going to have to be careful.
No kidding, and still have 3 of those trip canisters in hand as well. It's going to see Valeno find the first kill. Geek goes down as
12
the
and
Vector
6,
rings
by
out.
the way.
Jesus, and that's part of your vertical done and dusted. In fact, we don't have a buck or a ram, so gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way with maybe a few of those X-Kairos to try to get the job done. A slow creep down the stairs, fully sealed up onto the church wall, which means Yeah, a little, yeah. Ping it out, because that C4 is a potential to come ringing out there and destroy the day for sure. Cam's still up. A little bit of a slowdown, a quiet before the storm, as they've positioned themselves all in an area to get, oh, look at this, late round.
Yeah, late round trip
I honestly
connector
love
there.
that.
Oh,
I honestly love it. Oh, not enough, though. That's too high. They're going to walk right underneath that, buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit of a miss, but that was what Blitz was moving down those stairs slowly. Everyone's seeing the TikTok. You can see and hide the trip connectors on the stairs. He needed to make sure he didn't step into that and then have the debuff for the rest of this round.
Fire everywhere on the map as the last 44 seconds ring out, and that's going to be Valen to take Kaysen off the board. Is now Fire starting to push him back off of the mirror. Too much pressure from everywhere as Joe's able to take
Yo,
what? Sheesh.
You know what? I feel like I must have missed in the patch notes. That was Ying running the Reaper?
Oh, yeah. Several got him. I mean, in fact, Run, they've been talking about a potential new roaming Rook now that he has a change up his kit as well. In fact, you can hear Queen Raylan tweeting about it, saying the R in Rook stands for roam. So, yeah, it's a complete switch up here.
Okay, yeah. And it feels like that's going to be a reason to be banning out the Ying more often, especially as it felt like that gun got a little bit of a buff.
That
just
is the
decimating
greatest
the team downstairs
moment in my life,
in the
bro.
dirt hallway, winning that defensive and attacking battle. So, another big dub. Thanks for the T1 Pro. Appreciate you being here with us. 27 months, 24-month streak.
27 months. And I know there were several in there where he was like, how do you turn the sub off? But he kept it going anyways. 27 months in a row for Pro Man. Thank you so much, homie. We really, really appreciate it.
Now, going back down to the basement, right when we started that one off, we said very successful for the defense. We hadn't seen an attacking win on the basement until round 10 when Temper pulls it off. I think that was Daystar thinking that's a bit of a fluke, and they can stop this, hold it just a little bit better this time. So they're going to run it one more time. Lecky back on the Denari. Love getting to see this. I think that his trip connector didn't work out the way that he was expecting it on the entrance there. It got to be more of a distraction there than a deterrent for the attackers as they pushed in. Expect to see him set that up maybe a little bit differently, but the big pick here, Kaysen running this the Vigil and bringing the K1A instead. Huge roam upstairs on the second floor. 2 players for a basement hold.
I love that, right? Throw somebody up onto the second, throw a little presence onto the first, really just make you put bodies. And you'll watch that second player, unless he's playing life, he'll hang up there for 30, 45 seconds and then start to rotate down and help hold on to that first floor vertical hold. So we'll see if it plays out here. I really like that.
Man, getting to see putting the trip connectors downstairs again on the stairs. It feels like almost a little bit haphazardly here, but you know what? Honestly, we're still here for it. Want to see how exactly teams want to try and use this, covering wide swaths of area downstairs to prevent either hatch trap or sort of blocking off that whole blue, forcing, at least causing the attackers to maybe sort of redirect, even if they're not a complete deterrent. It might make them think twice about it as this first minute of gameplay ticks down. Doesn't look like they've really spent enough time identifying. Do they know Sophie is upstairs and a Mistrone potentially on Jacuzzi?
I think they do know, right? But he's just stayed up and played live. Kaysen gonna take Geek. They might have known about one, but I don't think they realized there was 2. That's a huge first pick. Joe able to answer back. Kaysen good for a double now. 1 kills, 2 kills. He's just a zombie feeding on the lobby run. You can't let him get activated, and especially on a Vigil right now. They claim that body balance. Hatches are opened up. But now what do? You still have to put in attention on that vertical game.
Yeah, you said it. Kaysen's starting to heat up, but you still have got the black... God damn it. I was going to say, they had the Blackbeard left alive, and he goes down right as it's coming out of my mouth. Kaysen picks up another. Jeez, do not let this man get hot. We've been talking about that all game. Daystar Rising picks up another. This time the defense wins in the basement as expected, and they put themselves on match point scenario here on map 2. Temper is time to step it up. They need one more to send this thing into overtime before Daystar picks up a 2-map lead in the best of 5.
You are just the king of the caster curse, my friend. The king of it. Right as you get talking about them, their spearhead goes down. They lose the round and now are staring down the barrel of a match point scenario yet again. This time, a little bit closer run, right? This time, they only need one to send it into overtime. And where do they have to go try to get that W? It's not going to be on the CCTV and cash side. So not only is it the best possibility for them to grab it as far as as far as seeing overtime because it's only one round needed, but they only have to do it on the Terse side.
All right, seeing from the Temper side, and I know as soon as we talk about it, he's going to change it, but Roxo playing DeMonte, this honestly was a good call. Rounds 1 and 2 back on Chalet was the reason that we saw the Temper attack pick up wins early. Such a good distraction, well played, managed great on the shield. That right now feels like what Temper needs to be able to try and push themselves into this overtime scenario. Balanced it out with a whole bunch of hard breach with the Mav and the Habana. It's a good setup, and Capital left alive to try and make sure that they gain that garage control space. So Daystar has got their work cut out for them, but Kaysen running the Mira, oh, danger, my friend, danger.
Okay, well, he stuck the Monty play like you were talking about it, and that's going to be the mirror getting opened up. So they know they're going to start trying to put pressure onto that hard breach. And who did they bring along to do it? Really just no can openers. I mean, we're relying on Habana and I guess a little bit of Mav play, but that's tricky with the Mira being put onto the hard breach.
Stay clear of the blocks.
It's a little bit messy when you try to start Maving around a Mira. Now looking for that vertical play, any sort of that extension downstairs. They did bring the castle. Made his way a little bit into the garage run, but still kind of stymied by that catwalk player.
Mira is definitely the great counter there to the Mav, because it means that you can't get close to this wall. The defense is able to see through it, take some shots. It really makes you have to work very hard to be careful, and you're completely vulnerable to the C4 the whole time that you're using it. That feels like a great play there from the defense, using the Mira to prevent the Mav. Geek's over there. You can see his line in the background behind the battle happening over there on the stairs, but it is the Monty. He's made this push up. They're trying to take some shots, but right now just being stymied by this defense.
Shots onto the window. First to go down was the Capital, but still putting pressure up there. Oh man, the down onto the Nomad is huge. Monty starts making his way down, and sheesh. Lucky with a double kill, as Kashi is the last, or excuse me, as Geek is the last member alive on the attack side to try to get it done. It's a 4v1 into a 4v none. Daystar gonna claim 2 maps and put us on to a really important map pick coming up next run.
Damn, so close there for the Temper team. They looked like they had the opportunity to send this one to overtime, but you said it. Daystar Rising just too good when it came down to it at the end. Wow, what a play there, my friend. We're going to see, yeah, you said it, a must-win scenario now for this Temper team. If they want to continue on in the Mukbang Grand Final, must-win scenario as we get into Border.
Border 2, it's very, this is going to be a fun one for map number 3. When it's all on the line and you have to hit your shots, Border is a fun one to try to get it done on. Okay, we're going to get that lobby set right back up, folks. It's a dynamic, dramatic map number 3 coming your way. Get here. Ayo.
Let's go.
let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby. Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. 2 of 5 done and dusted, and it could only get to 3 if we don't see Temper do something big here on Border. Whiskey Run, we're here.
Border, all right, map number 3 coming in. Daystar Rising is picked up too, but I know you have been talking about this all week, my friend. I think
New.
I think we got to show just a little bit of a sneak peek here, at least to start with.
That's right. Let's see what we got in store here. A big announcement coming Wednesday. We've been talking about it, and it's lock in, double down, eat, sleep, Siege. We are finally proud to announce that Siege Double Shot has partnered with a merch company, and we are bringing to you our very first Siege Double Shot merch on our No Days Offline. We've got bringing out a special hoodie that brings along that grind mentality of No Days Off. Eat, you sleep, and you Siege. Beanies, jerseys, and game sleeves. We're bringing a little bit of everything out to the table, and my friends, this is going to be fun. This will be a limited run on this first set of merch. Once we're done with this No Days Offline, we won't be bringing that one back, so you'll have to get it while it's here. It's going to be great.
Oh yeah,
Order,
my
baby.
friend, much appreciated. You said it. The launch line, we wanted it to be personal and, not overwhelming. Exactly what people were asking for. So much appreciated to have everybody check that out. We'll be sending out the links, and we'll show it again one more time before the end of the stream. But it's time for Border. We want to make sure that we're showcasing the players and the reason we're here. Temper versus Daystar. We appreciate everybody joining us again for this grand finals best of 5, and it is map 3. Do or die for Temper.
do or die, and it's got to get done on border. This is a run and gun. This is a TDM. It's soft breach everywhere. Now, traditionally, we've been seeing border be very attacker sided, right? But as we've kind of progressed here in the comp scene, we've seen it go a little back and forth. Border to a well set up defense, and based off some of those specific target bands, can be back to a defensive sided map. And we've seen defensive halves a ton. One thing that's standard though, Run, we're going to start up on the 2F.
Yeah, for sure. The best opportunity there for the defense to pick up a win. Always on this 2F. Teams absolutely love it. It's the place to start for sure. And in a must-win scenario here for Temper, they want to come, I'm sure of it, come out swinging. This is their map pick, the second of them. So they know they wanted to play here on border. And interestingly enough, even though this was Temper's map pick, Daystar did choose to start on defense, giving what I think was to Temper a little bit of an advantage. Attack on their map pick to start, I think, gives them a huge boost. This right now is the most important half of the match for Temper.
Yeah, here's what's exciting about that to me, Run, is that if Daystar is effectively able to shut down this Temper attack and they do it first, then it's smooth sailing on your attacking half of it, right? Then it's just find a couple of rounds and you have solidified yourself as a grand final. So I think it's a smart pick here to start yourself out on defense. You're confident with your strats for border. And I love it. Honestly, I just love it.
All right, and what are they bringing to the table? I mean, the fact that you've got a pair of the Scorpions on the board with the Ella and Lecky running the Denari now. Dangerous proposition there for the attackers. Lots of mobility there on the defense, and denying the intel with the mute makes that tough. So gonna see the trip connector. Where is it going to come out? Where is being used on border at this point? Using one there, and bringing out a deployable shield. Man, really just sort of a pair there to Ella.
I honestly, it feels like a good setup. Security is a stronghold, right? And you see the site overplay a ton unless you're getting that East Rush sort of vibes going on. So bring out a couple of players to hold on to it. Not a bad plan. And when you've got some util to stop any shield play in the hands of Ella, and of course you've also got those trip canisters, feels like a veritable fortress.
Locked in that first minute down at this point, a minute 45. A little bit of the, I was going to say the nades coming out, but TrevMac picks up one, answered back though by Brady, and it manages to take down TrevMac, who got a little bit aggressive, which is exactly what we expected from this defense and from this attacking team. And we didn't talk substantially about the Vance, but Grim survived, manages there, and you can see just launching the Grim V's in. That's Roxo, and Geek manages to pick up a double off the back of that.
And so now they find themselves on the body balance deficit as Deimos has got the pings going down onto the new operator, Lecky. He's going to get taken off the board as Geek's able to find one. Geek on the triple kill now as he puts himself into a 1v3, looking towards the metal stairs. They've got an idea of where he's at. He's running through the fire. It's just not going to be enough. There's too much. It's bullets. It's flame. It's flank. It's over.
Damn, and that final kill happening outside of the map there, not even being inside, right up in sight. So Temper given a little bit of an advantage there. Taking down the Azami and the smoke, the area denial, they wanted to avoid that. So we'll see whether or not this really starts to be a area denial battle, and whether or not Daystar is going to lose one. But on the other side of the bans, Daystar banning both of the shields, the main shields, the Monty and the Blackbeard going down. Feels like a bit of a nerf. We talked about Roxo was very good on the shields, not able to convert shield play into map wins earlier, but border, where there's a lot more action happening quickly, I think preventing the shields from being there gives Daystar a little bit of an advantage.
not agree with you. You know, Ubisoft was smart with that new operator, giving it Ella's gun, the Scorpion. Like, that was such a comfort pick for a lot of people, and that's almost guaranteeing some playtime. I love seeing it on the board. Not going to be for this round, though. Instead, this time we're going to get another kind of off pick as Valeno pulls up the Solus, and they're bringing it out shotgun style.
It does seem to be the favored loadout for the Solus in competitive play. Using the shotgun to try and open up some of those sight lines, and man, Valeno, that shot never works in ranked unless you're playing in extremely low lobbies. But is it going to work in comp? Are they going to walk right up to it?
Well, they are, but
no way, no way.
Peek, it was there.
All right.
Oh. Close one run.
So close. Yeah, I thought we were going to see it, but no damage done on either side at this point, so managed to survive that piece of it. So the Mira, the window coming out there, part of that main breach, and now backed up by the magnets, going to make it difficult there for the attackers to come in, but Twitch just clearing util now, this time opening up that mirror window, certainly going to make it a little bit easier. And Geek sitting at 3-1, really a great start here for the Temper squad.
It's all sort of slowed down here as Solus has got that intel being provided towards that main door. But really, it's get some drones in and take a second look, because the defense, they're all just movement, right? Different zone plays, and you know their comms are saying, okay, backing off Fountain, it's your turn to get up and put the pressure on. Line Pink's going to go out. Nobody really going to be revealed by that, but Grim, yet again, you said he was on the board, and those Bs are proven to be quite effective at locating some of those air defenders.
Wow, okay, there, Roxo picking up one, taking down now two of the Daystar Rising defenders down in a 5v3 scenario, but Lucky answers back, not giving him too much of an advantage, but and there it is, Casing getting hot, picking up a double. How about a triple?
Oh, Jesus. Kaysen just on fire. One of the things that he loves to do is just fry out and borders a map for that. So now, Lion alone in a 1v. A tough scenario. You've got to fight up the stairs so you don't have the vert as well. He's going to start making his push up there. A couple of shots ring out, revealing the location, but Kaysen's there. Break out the barbecue sauce for that 4-piece. Kaysen just going absolutely crazy.
The 4-piece, wow. He took a while to get hot as a part of the clubhouse play. He was insane on Chalet and having an incredible start here on Border there on round 2. So Temper started off strong, picked up that attacking win. Daystar answers back in a big way, manages to find a win. Now, 1-1, back and forth battle again, aggressive play. I love this map, and this is a great matchup between
Defenders,
these two
protect
teams.
your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Nuop back on the board. Defense going for that slowdown. Back up onto the second floor to make another run of it. Really, it's kind of just business as usual this time, and I'm sure we'll still see that dedication to holding on to security. You know what I'd love a pulse to come out here.
Bomb located by attackers.
We've seen the Pulse be, have some important plays, but it really feels like even though you've got so many C4s on the defensive side, there's just too many other good defensive operators, especially with this new op, to be able to, to focus on using the Pulse as the alternative. So I don't know. He's certainly fallen out of favor as year 10 has moved on. We saw him, be a big piece of the defensive meta for a very short time, but it was a short-lived setup for him.
Nuop going to be settling and finding a home in the break room area. Kind of that crutch point of site overplay. Interesting spots, and they go far. I think it's like, what is it, like 20 meters or something. Really make it difficult to take both of them off the board, or one of them off the board is, with an impact EMP or something.
I don't feel like we've really seen the teams focus on trying to clear out some of those pieces of utility there. And look at this, standing in the middle of a triangle here between them, and just trying to find out what is the best the best setup, the best angle here that he's able to catch. And it's really late in the round to be able to try and to work those pieces of it. Speaking of late round here, this this blitz just fighting with the tuber out. Is he going to catch him from the back? Yes.
Man, even in the midst of the frost, he was able to claim them. Inari's still alive, and in fact is going to die to a pistol pop as well. Now into a 4-2 situation. 4-1, Glass getting active. Now going to be onto the mute Valeno, the last alive to try to get it done. He's going to be flashed by the blitz, and it's going to be some pistol pops. He barely gets away. He's going to start moving instead. Gets knifed, but our friendship is here to save the day. What a melee.
Wow. I know, and Glitter absolutely loves the melee kills, spends a tremendous amount of his time in Siege going for him, and absolutely loves seeing them competitive play. The attackers Temper pick up another huge round win for these guys, fighting for their lives in a must-win scenario in the Mukbang Grand Final, with Daystar up 2-0. Now, target ban coming out. Are we going to lean into another shield? Is the blitz gone? What are we going to see on the board?
No, yeah, it makes sense. Get the Grim out of there. He's just so powerful. That intel just too strong. And it means that now you're going to have to get a drone in to take a look if somebody's sitting off the chassis there on 2F. Now you're going to have to get a drone in to see if they're holding on to security from 2 different angles. I like the Grim pick here.
Yeah, he's been he's only been able to be played a handful of rounds total in this grand final because he's banned out so much, so often. And I know Goyo on the other side, great pick as well. The smoke and the Goyo really avoiding this area now. They need to be able to have space to move around and don't want to be denied. And right now, I haven't really seen Daystar use the Tachanka as the other option. So they're going to have freedom of movement across the board right now, except for what the Malusi's going to be bringing to the table. And it seems, unfortunately, a little bit of damage there early on.
Yeah, ouch. Daystar. All right, once again.
Catching his breath here late in the round, just as we start this one up now. I love the fact that, Glitter was probably going to say it because he's a huge Castle fan. Great to see the Castle come out to try and block off some of these upper areas and some of the entry points there for the attacking team. What do they bring out? Geek loves the Brava, so Brava not able to be banned at this point. They chose to go with the Goyo, the Grim instead, but man, they maybe should have looked at banning the Blitz. He picks up another 4-3-2 right now, being a big piece of why this Temper attack is doing so well.
And now start to put some pressure onto the office area as he retreats to the Canadian spot. You're right, Blitz has just been getting active. That pistol being definitely deadly, but it's going to be Tweety who's on a low health scenario. I do like the Castle being brought out here. You were absolutely right. It is definitely trying to set the pace here for this defense. And now they're starting to open up top. Lots of little... what? Ah, man. It didn't put the pressure onto the window. He's able to find one, but he gets traded back as Kaysen goes down as well. Joe able to take one off the board. Valen good for one. Now into a 4v1 scenario. Trev Mack, the last alive. He sits down in sight, looking for an engagement. If they feed him ones, or not insight, this is a bad workup. If we feed him once, we might be able to see something start to come up, but that hasn't been the case here for this aggressive Temper.
Damn, looked like he held on and was going to do a little bit of trickle discipline there and try and take down maybe 1 or 2 of the attackers at the same time, but the Buck able to just completely counter that, open up the shot there, and take down this defense. So Temper on their map pick, given the gift of starting on the attack side, has completely started to run this thing 3-1. Now, this is very similar to what we saw at the start of Clubhouse. Again, if you're just joining us, we're in map 3 of this best of 5. Temper picked up 3-1 to start off Club before eventually falling 7-5 to the Daystar Rising team. The Rise being an important part here is even though they started down on Club, they were to come back in a big way. They're going to get their attacking half here on the attacker side of the map coming up. So Temper needs to build up even more of a better half if they can. They ended Clubhouse 3-3, so can they have a better start here on Border than they've had all game?
Lots of
Bomb located
slowdown,
by attackers.
lots of pace setters here. Looks like Lecky's gonna get a mirror set up on Troy.
10 seconds to insertion.
A tough position to push in, have to claim the vertical here. And then maybe need to see a little bit more of that as well, right? A little more attention and investment into holding on to that because it has been almost full team push.
Yeah, it feels like Temper has been very coordinated in the way that they've been managing this, and they're just playing better right now. I don't feel like we've seen a ton of Daystar Rising mistakes, but Temper has just been playing Border better. You can tell that this is the map they wanted to play into on this best of 5. Definitely part of their map pool and saving it at this point. But look at that, the Solus coming out strong and now ready for this push in. It's gonna take down the Passport player to a shotgun. No, Geek wins that battle. No way.
Yeah, and then gets traded back as Sweetie goes down, sends gadgets, and we've got ourselves a good old-fashioned rush here, folks. Now pressure into the courtyard as Blitz starts dancing back and forth. The homies are in place.
No way!
Good for 1, Kaysen good for 2. Geek takes down TemprGG, now putting the body balance into the hands of Daystar. They kind of got a little bit separated there. Joe able to take Soapy off the board and equalize onto the number balance, so still with 2 minutes left. Attackers need to get together and play this one as a bit of a team. The health advantage sits into the hands of Daystar currently.
Wow. Tons of action happening. You said it, the old-fashioned rush right at the beginning, but does not claim them a victory. Now, the slowdown after the storm. What is going to happen now as it starts to build up? This attacking team has got control upstairs, so Geek has got that, but I don't know that he has the option to open up any of those hatches. I think that one is still closed. So Kaysen and Lecky downstairs, they can sort of fall back and hold on to some of these power positions and invite the Temper team in with that final minute, and the health advantage significantly on the Daystar Rising side.
They're gonna try to equalize on some of that though, as they're able to put some shots on to Lecky. Minute and 4 left into the round. Starting to make the slow creep up towards site. Holding on to one of the crosses, hoping that the vertical will play out. Maybe force a movement onto the vending machine. Joe's gonna find Kaysen off the board. Answered back as Lecky's gonna take one. Now into a 1v1 situation. He's got a little bit of the intel. He's gonna try to go for, but not to be had here. Still 40 seconds, still time to play. Still time to drop. He makes it down and he's gonna start going for
no
the
way.
plant. Low health, still has the C4 in hand to send it long. That movement made. Puts himself onto the door. Couple of shots, now knows his location. Has to settle himself back down into a plant, or at least the fake of one. C4 rings out, he's gonna send it. He gets out of the way, now put onto the door, but his back is turned. As the rotate starts to happen, he's close. A shotgun. 11 seconds.
What?
He's gonna push up, make the pistol pop for the body drop.
Damn, I was just about to say that Lecky was playing this thing defensively perfectly. Opens up the sight line, tosses the C4, just barely misses the attacker, and just continues to rotate onto the hard wall, just avoiding Geek's shots until the very end. Reloads, and then gets caught in the reload animation. Geek takes him down, and Temper goes up 4-1. Now they have surpassed that 3-3 split they had on the previous map. Their best start so far. Daystar a little bit on the back foot as Temper looking to make their mark and pick up a map here in this grand final.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
What an ending. 4-1. Here's the question. Daystar picks up a second. They feel pretty good. Do they feel confident for a round ender on border? They take it to 4-2, then on a standard split, we're looking at overtime. Some intel on the board here, Run. Echo being brought out. Still bringing the new op. Love how much we're getting to see that played. Which means I think we might see another attention to the break room area from Denari.
Yep, that's where he's been set up every time he's been played. So sort of, it feels like they're still trying to work out exactly where those need to go. They seem to be very sensitive to the placement, obviously. So TemprGG looking and waiting here for the spawn peak. Are we going to see a little bit of spawn peak action happen? Seems like it's pretty rare when it actually gets any damage done. But you know what? Catch him off guard. It's unexpected.
You say rare, we'll call it the unicorn effect. Rare, magical, devastating when it hits. We're hoping to see a final kill from it run. Okay, downstairs. Kaysen putting himself into the server room. They're going for something a little quick here as well as the Candelas start to set. Osa postured outside of sight.
Oh, wow.
Get a plant going. Here it is.
Going double.
Candela start going off. The disruption is there. Kaysen is in place. Will they be able to get the echo drums to take him off the board?
No!
Kaysen just gets the kill. So be able to take one. Push effectively stop. As now they find themselves in a 5-2. A big rotate and a quick movement inside the ops area. Shots on a Canadian, but it's not going to happen. Milano takes down
wow.
G. It's going to a 5-2, and it was completely stymied.
Wow, the quick plant goes. I love getting the chance to see that. I love when a quick plant works when it's coordinated like that. But man, it was just, you said, it completely fell apart. The Ying, rather than working on the AC window, tosses him in sandwich to try and gain a little bit of space. The Osa goes in, but then absolutely shut down. The down on the double, and then just cleaning up kills. Daystar Rising picks up a win on the final round of the half. Evens it up. We said Temper going into it 4-1, their best start so far. Yeah, they carried it into a 4-2, so still a bit of an advantage on their map pick. But now it is the Daystar Rising attack. Temper's going to have to work awful hard, and we said it. All the pressure is on. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Mukbang Grand Final. Daystar is up 2-0 in this best of 5. Temper is in a must-win scenario here if they even want to get a chance to see Cafe or Lair.
Also, best chance scenario here for Daystar on that 4-2. If you're Temper, you really wanted to leave everything on the table. You didn't want a standard half. For this potential last map of the game. You need some advantage because you know Daystar's going to be bringing in some really aggressive play. What is one of the ways you stop it? You get the Ying off the board, you get the Blitz gone nice and early, which means some of that quick plant capability is going to be potentially taken off the board. We're headed up to 2F to start this one out. Let's see what Daystar's bringing to the table.
I know, shocked that we're seeing the 2F as the place we're going to do battle to start. Yeah, what are they bringing? From this, from the rise of the Ella. We've seen now Ella played on both sides of the map, multiple maps at this point. Love that we're getting to see her more often. I'm a huge fan of the shotgun, although it's a terrible choice in competitive play. These guys are making the much smarter choice. But in addition, love seeing the shotguns all over the place with the Mute and the Warden both running them as well. And I love the Mute play here to stop any of this extra intel that the Daystar team could pick up. Temper does not want to deal with that Ying, and the Ying plus the Reaper.
Yeah, equally devastating, right? That's tough. So on the defense, they're going to put a little bit of intel in play. Mozzie's on the board. The potential for a hack-off here as Brava has been introduced as well. Boy, that would be fun. That would be fun to see a nice little hack-off between the drones.
It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's amazing. Now, from a utility perspective, what else have they got on the board to be able to steal? Yeah, some of those Mute Jammers and the Malusi, the Malusi gadgets for sure. Those being able to slow down this attacking team. Daystar thriving on moving quickly. It was a good counter at this point. So you're gonna have to watch out. Geek 6-5, tied with Roxo there for the kill leader. And on the other side, Kaysen continuing his push there for the MVP if they can find a win. 7-4-1, but backed up. Everybody contributing at this point.
And the jump out.
Yo,
Good
Geek.
for 2 before getting taken down.
Swapping
Huge
mags.
play.
No
Hard
way.
reach off the
No
off the
way.
board. Yeah, now your flank watch is totally done and dusted. Definitely worth the play here. Don't be able to answer back. So the man advantage is into the hands of nobody. But if you're a okay, well, I was about to say if you're a defender, you're feeling a little shocked, but that's not the case. They claim the man advantage. They just hold on. It's back to business as usual here.
What a crazy scenario that was. Geek going absolutely nuclear there, just walking out the door and completely shutting down this attack before it can even get started. Now, you said it, the attackers still have 3 on the board. They still have got the Blackbeard, and they have Case. So they have the option here. Mute's still left alive. Roxo's still there. So this team's still in the fight. And Mute has got one more C4 at this point, but there's plenty of time. 1:10 left on the clock here for this team. They need to pick up at least one more of these defenders before they can really start to get an execute in place.
Sitting up on top of the
What a
cabinets,
miss.
takes a couple of shots.
Oh.
Joe able to find one, takes Lecky off the board. Now equalized us into a 2-2. 51 seconds as he's waiting for the push-up. Blackbeard getting active. He's going to throw a grenade. He's going to force some movement. Oh, no. Oh, he stays safe, though. He's safe inside of the
How did he
corner and allowed
survive
to live
that?
in. But now onto the window. He's not going to survive that, homie. That's Tweedy taken off the board. Now into a 2-1. Joe, who's been an absolute all-star on border so far, has to stay alive in a 1v2. Attackers are separated. Blackbeard alone in the 90, looking towards it. He finds
No,
one,
wait.
but not gonna be enough. TrevMac's gonna take him off the board, and a well-played 2v1.
Wow. That's a great play there by the attackers. It looked like the Geek run out there looked like this was completely a defensive round, shutting down it before it even got started. But then the Blackbeard and TrevMac, the answer back, he manages to force motion on the defensive side and prevented them being able to just walk out, gain some space, and give intel to his teammate about where the rest of the defense was playing at. Great job, teamwork playing there to close that one out. Daystar picks up one to start off on that on this what was supposed to be the best defensive site. So what's Temper gonna do? Rotate downstairs to the basement and try their hand downstairs.
Yeah, we're not doing the ego check on the 2F. It is keep the routine going, and you'll be able to find yourself maybe a win downstairs instead. Who we're bringing to the table for it? You talked about Oryx earlier. We're going to start out with bringing one of those to the table, and Border's fun for that.
10 seconds to insertion.
Because just allowed to make some incredible rotates, lots of hatch play to be had.
5 seconds
So he
left
can be
before
across
insertion.
the map to be an impact player relatively quickly, no matter where he's going
Attackers are heading out
from.
to defuse
Couple
the
that
bomb.
with the roaming capabilities of the Vigil, not bringing out the Boss G this time as well. I think this is a good defensive setup.
Yeah, I like that change as well. The Boss G, it's got its place, but there's too many opportunities there in Border where you're going to need to be able to take on 2 or 3 of the attackers at the same time. If they're bunched up, if they're playing together, you're going to need all the bullets that the K1A brings to the table. I think this is a great call there from the defense. Now, what else they have set up? Soapy running the Deimos, I think, was a highlight pick as well. A big reason why they found a win later in that round.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
Able to give Blackbeard the information on where that final defender was, and Deimos was able to keep himself alive by staying out of the way. So this is a great pick from Soapy. He's sitting at 5, 6, and 4. Lots of assists, just nearly matching TrevMac with his 5, 5, and 5 assists.
Supportive players for sure, helping everybody get the job done. They're taking a little bit of extra time here with the drones, right, Ryan? They don't want to find themselves on the wrong end of a run out again. And so as they start to suss out some of these players, they're going to force them back off into the hallway.
Changing
Not
legs.
and far enough though, because they're still able to take some shots. Really just hold up inside of Fountain, just denying this east side.
Man, he's taking a really aggressive stance there in office. I think taking a little bit, being a little bit too free with his body there, and just giving it away to Kaysen, unfortunately. And Brady then takes him down. We got 1:18 left, and this is how some of these rounds are going. Lots of engagement early on, and we get into a little bit of the pause. No way.
Valen good for one. Tweety gonna find a C4 kill, and that's gonna put TrevMac alone in a 1v4. Almost insurmountable hill decline here as he starts to take some shots in towards the Fountain area. Location is known, right? Defenders just gotta hold out. They don't even need to throw any bodies. They don't need to get active. They can tell that they're gonna find themselves around win here.
He's got tons of util left. Look at this. He's got smokes. He's got fires. He's got can openers. Tons of util here to try and push. Plus, running the LMG. So can he clear out the rest of this team? Temper certainly does not need to throw bodies at him. They can just hang back and let him bait himself into the kill. And wow, was that... How many kills was that for Valen?
Not sure. Maybe did he hit a 4-piece there?
I think that was a 4K.
Temper coming up big on the defense. One away from that match point scenario and claiming their first map of this best of 5. Going to take it down to the vent workshop area. Solus going to be back on the board.
Yeah, we saw the Solus in the first half of the map, and although she was able to identify where the attackers were, using and spending time on their phones, she was quickly eliminated there, just by some good game sense on the Temper side when they were on attack. So we'll see whether or not the tables have turned, and now that Temper's going to try and run the Solus as well. And you said it, love running that shotty. Think it's a great choice for her. Gives her the option to open up some of those sight lines, take advantage of when she sees the attackers using those using their gadgets. And I like that style of play rather than going after the gadgets themselves, going after the operators when they're using their phones. Great use of that gadget and going after them directly.
I always get a little excited when I see the sends on the board run. It just feels like something quick. It just feels like the found the gap, jump in, take the space sort of play is going to be on the board. And got diffuser in hand. Kind of puts me onto my edge of my seat here. One away from a match point scenario. Daystar need to kind of step it up here on the attack side of it. Getting kind of stymied in the pace game.
You know what? That's a great point. It really feels like when you see sends on the board, that only happens when you have sort of a quick execute getting set up. As he really hasn't sort of entered the general attacking meta, useful all over the place. So we'll see whether or not that's going to be the case here. Trying to block off some of it. Geek has got this hold over in the security break side and opened up all the sight lines, both vertically, horizontally, and now just tucked himself into the corner waiting to see who is going to make the push in.
Going to be Soapy, and they're going to take Kashi off the board as the first casualty of round 9 rings out. Body balance tipped into the hands of the attacking team, and there's an interesting use of the Sens gadget, right? Anticipating a potential run out from Geek, they're going to just flag that area off as they take space. It's a great play.
Yeah, I mean, it forced him back into Fountain prematurely, giving this attacking team space over on the security side. Now, the big question mark here, do they know that Brady, running the Ella, has moved over onto the break room side? I think this is potentially a huge flank coming out, and goes and takes the shot, but no misses!
Yeah, what a huge whiff, too. Now it's going to see Geek go down as the attackers find themselves in a pretty good position towards the end of the round here. Last minute starts to count down. They do get an equalizer. You stop the flow of bleeding as Tweety's able to take one, but Milano able to take Tweety off the board and the answer back, and now it's going to leave Ella alone in a 1v3. Finds one, but not going to be enough. Kaysen with a pistol pop is going to make the body drop.
Kaysen right now just having a hell of a good game and getting close to tying this thing up. Temper, you need to keep that round count ahead. Push forward, my friends. 5-4. This is going to be one of the shorter best of 5 grand finals we've had a chance to cast. And you know what? I didn't want to say it, curse it a little bit early, and maybe it'll be the prod curse here that backfires. But it seems like a lot of the best of 5s we've done have ended in a 3-0 map count. So it seems like when a team starts to get hot, they just continue that momentum all the way through cross map. So is that going to be Daystar's future? Or is Temper going to be able to answer back here? Banning, interestingly enough, the Nomad and the Malusi. That feels like a pair that we have not seen in the ban phase on any of the games we've casted, really in year 10, season 3 at all.
But it makes sense, right? As the defense has been winning on the pace, taking the Malusi off the board is going to take away one of those gadgets and doesn't make you bring out the Brava. Now, they still might, as of course Lecky is showing it, but it takes away the need to have the Brava on board. And then on the other side of it, those air jabs have just been devastating. Just completely securing the flank. It feels like pretty good plays here. I love Border for the bans because they can be quite different than your standard hard breach and shield.
Ready for company.
All right, my friend. Roxo back on the
seconds to
shield
go.
again. Man, just super comfortable playing the shield ops. And definitely padded the kill count this time. 8, 6, and 1. Really living up to it. And the fact that you got Roxo, Geek, and Valen all sitting in nearly the double digits, the 8 and 10 sort of range, all contributing there, keeping Temper into this thing.
Well, it is the first time that we're seeing them, you know, with a chance to potentially pull a map off, and that one of the win cons that you talked about was everybody getting involved. So doing a good job of it this time. Little switch up on the attack side as they gonna opt to bring the IQ and a little bit of that global gadget. Finka gonna give everybody that stim as they start to get active, potentially, and the attention to the vertical. As Buck has been brought out.
Yeah, great call on border here. I mean, having the vertical in play. We've seen teams be successful using the buck up through that breachable floor, put some pressure on the defense from down below, force them out of those power positions, cause them to move so that way the attackers on the upper side can try and take some shots across this map. Whether or not this is going to be the difference maker, I like it. It's a little bit of change-up in the way that we've seen the round play out.
Man pushed up and flew a little too close to the sun. Went to go for the shot on the head holes, but pays the price for it. There was double pressure there. Now into the top of metal. But Clash being
No,
active,
why are you
they're gonna be
pushing
able
up
to put
on
the
that?
Homie back up. Potentially Geek to get back up, and they do. Puts us into a 2-2. Shots from Joe into these casing off the board. Trying to get that wall bang to go through. Trev Mack alone in a 1v2 to tie this one up or send us into that match point scenario. Just not giving anything onto the wall bang. A prone position as he goes for the rotating. Looking towards the long angle. Not going to be sussed out potentially. He knows that he took it outside, but does he know that they dropped? Does have case, so going to be able to get a plant, but Geek on the Solus can suss this out. With a shotgun in hand, can stop that play relatively quickly. So now they both rotated down. Site's free, but not really.
Yeah, he doesn't have diffuser in hand, so he's got to try and... I don't know if we... there it is. Okay, so he's got the option here to pick it up, going for it right now, and Solus is playing it with the shotgun from down below.
Trying to bait out the Solus play, and he does that exactly.
Yo!
Open the diffuser, but can't quite get it done as Joe sucks out the play. That was an incredibly smart play. Drops the diffuser, makes the Solus react, drops Hatch to find him, but Joe, not to be confused and not to be denied, makes the swing and saves the round. Match point, Temper.
Oh, match point finally, Temper. This is a place they have not seen themselves yet tonight. First time they're on a match point scenario here. Daystar winning Chalet 7-4 on map 1. Clubhouse 7-5. So Temper had never made it to that 6-round count. They pulled it off now, so Daystar has to be perfect for 2 to send it into overtime if they want to win this best of 5 in 3. Or Temper is going to pick up their first map and send us into Cafe for map 4. And getting just a little bit closer to that Cafe layer end of the best of 5 scenario. But, man, Daystar... Kaysen sitting at 12-7-2. Had a couple great kills early in that round. Looked like that was going to be the difference maker, but Temper answered back. That's so close, my friend, right now. This one, too close to call. Temper feels like they have got that mental edge right now, though.
I'm like still blown away on that Solus bait. Like, it was such a good play, right? Fakes the plant, drops the diffuser, making the Solus fire upstairs, drops the hatch to get the kill. I mean, like, this is Siege. That's Siege at its core right there. Just so absolutely beautiful. Oh, dang it. Okay, well, I guess you know what that means.
That is the greatest moment in my life, bro.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to have to go for the rehost, unfortunately, there. But, wow. Big thanks for the T1. Atlas the third, thank you for the T1 sub, appreciate that. And rehost there on round 11. Unfortunately, we're going to lose some of that kill count, but Kaysen was sitting at 12, Valen at 11 at the top of those leaderboards. Those guys were absolutely on fire.
All right, good catch. Okay, sit back, relax, folks, because when we come back, it is the dramatic conclusion to map number 3. Ayo.
Let's go.
Calling to the better of the half of me. out your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul.
Just want to be myself. Don't talk to nobody else. I want to be someone special. I don't want to be a typical person. To get away from my devil. To start from fresh with a fundamental. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I'm learning how to be a better version of you. And now I realize I'm talking to myself. Doesn't really need to be forever. Doesn't make you feel better. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. I feel it. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. You can be my tag along. Keep me up on late night drives when I regret everything I say. The lies that float around my head are what I feel and who I am. That guy searching for the light. I still love you, I just hate the man I am. Can you help me understand what everyone believes is new? Is one of the two voices in my head. So paint my mirror to fix your view. Everything inside is washed and blue. I'm so confused.
What's up? Welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Host done. 6-4 sits the scoreline in a do or die scenario for Temper. They have got to take border, or this one is done and dusted. Run. It is all on the line for this match point scenario.
Well, and they had the break, so even though we had the rehost, plenty of time there for both of the teams to take the extended time out and talk about it. How exactly do you want to manage what could be the last round of border? And it's going to be on bathroom tellers. This is a difficult site there for the defense to hold on to. So again, all the pressure on Temper, both from the site, both from the map, and the fact that this is match point scenario. They can't let Daystar get going. We lost all the kill count, but we said it. Kaysen sitting at 12 kills, and I think it was Geek and Valen both sitting at 11 on the other side, on the Temper side. So getting hot when they need to. Going to open up that environmental ingredient to start off early to make sure that that's not defecting them late in the round. But bringing out the intel deny, the breach denial. And, what I love, even though the rehost is in, all of the bans stayed. One of the things we really struggled with as a part of the Year 10 Season 2 is losing the bans during rehost. Ubisoft fixing that part of it.
Let's go. You know what I would have loved to see here, though, Run? You know what I would have loved?
Let's hear it.
You get this extended break, right? The only option that you know that the defense is going to be bringing out is a bathroom teller's hold. Maybe Vent Workshop, but I mean, of the two, obviously, you're going for the bathroom teller set. So instead, throw in the customs. Throw in the custom site, completely throw them off. And we've seen it win. If you don't believe me, you can check our TikTok, you can check our YouTube. Customs won. Could be a good throw off.
Drones up and running.
It could also be an incredible throw by itself. And allowing Daystar Rising to get one step closer without much effort. So that would be the big question at this point. Customs, maybe. We've seen it work, but statistically, man, bad call. Now, it could work, though. This, though, I love what we're seeing this attacking team do. Very much set up and ready. They know they need the vertical control. Opening up into Fountain very quickly. Ace a Thatcher combo, and then Kaysen picks up a double now to pad his kill count to 14.
Yeah, surely just activating right now when it's on. Joe the last alive, trying to defend from down into sight. Catch one, potentially taking that catwalk area. Could numbers a little bit closer. One looks a hell of a lot closer than where he currently sits. No C4 in hand to deny any sort of long distance plant. It's going to be shoot 180, shoot 180, shoot 180. Instead, like he's just going to take him off the board. He said, you know what? We're not going to put you through all that trouble of trying to take us all. I'm just going to kill you.
I mean, he's got the high ground. Don't take that battle. Cam, question mark, walls. You know what? A little bit back, a little bit of back and forth there. You know, we don't use it often enough, but yep, there is a siege double shot emote for walls.
That's
right
true.
there. We got to see it happen in action, in competitive play as Temper loses that one. They're still on match point, but now Daystar Rising one round away from sending this thing to overtime. It is map 3 of the best of 5 here in the Mukbang Grand Final. And man, we appreciate everybody being here, sticking around. We're getting close to 3 hours at this point, so maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in for these teams. Playing best of 5, always tough. At the end of a day, the end of a work day, school day for these guys, then playing Siege for the rest of that time.
Attackers have
That's right.
discovered the
Time to
location
add
of
an
the bomb.
extra scoop of G fuel to your water because it's all on the line here. Temper, they've got 1 round to get it done, my friend. Who are they bringing to the table? Well, Sentry back on the board. Obviously, Tweety bringing out that 2-brow has been favoring that a ton lately. This time, though, some breach denial. Not something we've seen on border almost at all the entire match. Well, watch time not quite the not quite working, folks. Our bad on that one.
Blame it on stream elements. What a great one. All right.
62, welcome to the stream. Obviously, you've never watched before. With that 0 watch time. Oh, Lord.
All right, my friend, 30 seconds into this one, and Daystar opening up this outside, and I know you were so focused on it, you didn't notice that they actually did pick customs. They were actually listening to you and decided to play customs. Now, the danger here is that they're going to open this wall up. Ace has got detention opened up here. They slowed it down with the two-brow, but it was before we even got 40 seconds in. That thing was still open. So they're working on holding the vertical, but this is a difficult spot. You take a look at where the defenders are. Most of them focused on the second floor, over on the archives security side of the map, as opposed to focusing very much on the office. But this is dangerous. They're going to have to hold on. And geez, that was awfully close to a TK. Don't kill your teammate.
Get ready for the
That's
breach.
true. That's a step number one. Don't kill your teammates. Soapy gonna get taken off the board as the defense finds their first run. Man advantage to the hands of the defense on a customs minute and 27. Still secure in the vertical. Still playing aggressive up in the break room area. Kaysen's able to take Geek down. That's gonna be equalized on the man count here. And now as the Dokkaebi call goes out, he's looking towards the long angle.
Oh, no
Gonna
way!
find
He
one.
missed
And
it!
back. Oh my lord, Valen's able to take Mac off the board. The body bounce secured back and it trades out yet again. Koshi, Kaysen good for another one. As now it's into a 1v2. Tweety, all that stands between moving on to the next map and having to play this one absolutely again. You know what, now that I'm thinking about it, wasn't it Temper that did the customs last time? It might have been.
It might have been, but right now, choosing to play it against Kaysen was the mistake. The man was sitting at 5-0, now 5-1. Jeez, I had to say his name. You know what? Take us home, my friend. There's 30 seconds left.
That's right, C4 rings up the distraction as the hatch drops, looking towards the plan. Not gonna do it! Daystar's gonna take it! Customs doesn't quite get it done this time, but it was a hell of a watch.
Damn, the defense loses customs. I'm shocked. Both on the attacker-sided map and because that particular site, terrible to hold on to. Daystar Rising completely takes advantage of the fact that Temper plays into that site. And we go to overtime, my friend, on map 3. Man, it's coming down to it. It is a must-win scenario for Temper, and faltering just at the end. Back on round 10, they had the option to win this thing when Daystar was down 6-4. But after losing round 11, we get the rehost, and Daystar answers back in a big way, picking up
Defenders,
the
protect your
12th
bombs
round
from
as
being
well,
defused
sending
by
us to
attackers.
OT. So, Temper, this is it, my friends. Last opportunity in the best of 5. Do you want to win the Mukbang Grand Final? Ego, a little bit of money on the line, and taking down
Attackers have
Daystar
located the
Rising.
bomb.
It was close run. You gotta give it that. 1v1 show.
Came down to the 1v1.
Oh man, you'd love to see it. Customs gets kicked again. I'm just absolutely floating. Okay, here we go. We've got overtime, baby. Temper onto the defense. They're gonna stick with some of that slowdown capability, expecting some shield play. Ella back.
Balkans around the field.
Area denial into the hands of Goyo. Holding on up top. Geek with a shotgun. Special goggles, special plays. On the other side of it, I'm gonna point it out. We're seeing the sense back on. Daystar might be trying to get active early.
It's the aggressive play that we've seen all maps so far. There's been very few scenarios where we've really seen slow play from either of these teams. Honestly, that's what we're looking forward to in this grand final, was some aggressive and fantastic play. So we're getting at least a little piece of that right now. It's a little bit of a slow start for Daystar. They're spending their time droning right now, a little bit extra, it feels like, or maybe just screwing around on the roof with the Twitch.
Now getting themselves in a position to get some of those cams off the board. Try to deal with those mute jammers so they can get it in. They're starting to check all those Yali boxes run. They want to get themselves with the best chance to get an execute in place. Really effective Twitch use, already getting a ton of those Goyos, especially those hard to reach ones that sit up at the top of cabinet.
Yeah, that's great defensive play, getting the Goyos up on top of the cabinet, like you said, but Twitch able to catch one and then two of them. Look at this, watching, trying to prevent the run out again. You called it out earlier, using the sends to at least protect the attackers who are trying to make that push up in as they try and gain some security and break control.
Couple of shots out the window, almost connect, and there's the run out. Gets a little bit active, not able to claim one just yet. Towards the window, though, could see a second attempt. now. They've postured themselves up on the other side of it. A grenade to go out and force some movement.
He's
Trev
in
gonna
sight.
get in. Joe gonna answer back. It's open to take one. As they slowly fall apart. Defense is down in the number balance. Frost gonna secure one. Now into a 2v1 scenario. Ella the Blackbeard pushing up to put the aggression on. Shots through. It's gonna force a rotate all the way to the 90s. Attack team to get a plant started and a cross set up. Holding on to the long angle. Another shot to the Blackbeard. Location revealed onto the 90 path. Fakes walking back. Puts himself onto the rotate. Plant starting to go down. They're going to go ahead and stick it. So now defenders have put themselves into a retake scenario as he tries to get active on top of the Blackbeard. He's going to
No way!
And now into a 1v1. Lecky at DMR in hand. They're going to start to see a long arm going down, and he's a little bit too far away to maybe do. Yep, he does get off. But, oh, Lecky gets baited into the kill. Pros don't fake, but sometimes they do. Ella claims that one.
Damn, Temper coming up huge. We said they needed to be perfect. We said that this was their last opportunity here to continue on the grand final. And wow, the 1v1 post-plant showdown between those two in overtime. Temper, that was a huge round, exactly when they needed it. They go on match point one more time to try and win map 3 of this best of 5. We got Cafe and Layer on deck if Temper can find a win here on border. If Daystar Rising closes this thing out, the best of 5 is over, and they walk away the Mukbang Season 7 Grand Champions.
Absolutely. Daystar now put onto the defense for their overtime run, at least the start. They're going to take it down to the first floor.
Attackers
Right?
need to
2F
locate
feeling a
and
little
defuse
too
as many
solved,
bombs
a
as
little
they
too
can.
vulnerable, a little too predictable. They're going to take it down to the bathroom tellers to start it out, and it's going to be Trap City, right?
Attackers
Mirrors
have
being brought
located
out.
bombs.
Probably see one get put onto Canadian to hold on to that vertical. We're seeing the Frost making sure you can't just get in and plant. And then double duty towards the shields, Legion and Ella on the board.
Going to make it a little bit difficult for the shields to push in. That combination of the Legion and the Frost. Hoping to maybe slow down some of that. Maybe catch one of them off guard. At least it's going to make it difficult to move around. Limiting some of that motion. It's one of the things that felt like we saw from this Temper attack as they wanted to get rid of the area denial with the smoke and the Goyo both banned out early on in this match. So what does Daystar Rising do? Bring out the Frost and the Legion to try and counter that just a little bit. Maybe bait them into thinking they've got some mobility when they don't actually.
Slick little rotate put onto the wall there on the west side. The drone gets up and takes a look at the door. Nobody there. Might give themselves a bit of enough drama to make a swing for another run out. We'll see if it pays dividends. Lion Ping gonna freeze the defense in place. They start to take up some of this valuable real estate.
Man, the tension building. I can't believe we're here. 7-6 Temper, 1 round away from winning this match. Moving on, Cafe, Daystar. And they're trying to tie this thing up and send it home in 3. Shields playing a little bit of a part here, top east, trying to gain a little bit of space, but the defense knows, and they're holding on tight. Gonna have to watch the break side, though, make sure this attack doesn't flank.
That's right. First kill is going to go in favor of Temper as they're on their match point scenario. Impact goes out, but air jab not dealt with, which means run out going to be Dundada.
Oh, Kaysen!
Kill onto Kaysen. Now into a 5-2. It's falling apart for Daystar
Yo!
Rising as we get closer. Next Cafe on board, baby. Holding on to 90, a couple of quick shots, but it's a duck underneath. Not going to be able to find it just yet. We've seen bigger comebacks here, but a 2-5 is tough. Puts him into a prone position as they make the rotate up. Now into a 5-1 as Geek's on the triple kill. First of the answer back. Gonna have to be on pace for the ace. Joe goes down as Legion's trying to get active, still up onto the second floor. They've got the diffuser in hand as the Legion goo goes off, comes around the corner onto Fountain, takes a couple of shots now into a prone position, looks up, but the environmental ingredient gonna make it a huge distraction as they just ring around the Rosie. Sheesh, run, we're getting map number 4, baby.
Damn, so close. I thought for sure that we were going to see that Daystar Rising come back, but Temper finds a way to win. 8-6 victory in overtime. Looks like that The rehost was the main piece that helped them overcome here and find a way to win. Damn. So close to being a 3-0. Daystar Rising almost pulled it off, but Temper rises when they needed to send us into map 4. Cafe is on deck. Layer the decider if Temper can find a way to win on the next map. But this one is Daystar Rising's map pick. So they're looking to close it out here in 4, my friend.
All right, well, you heard it. Cafe next. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you that 4th map. Ayo.
Let's go.
You can be my tag along. Keep me up
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players, on to map 4. What started to look like a potential for a 3-0 grand finals was denied as Temper finds the win on Border in a nail biter in overtime. Now, Run, we head to Cafe.
This is a huge one. Daystar Rising's map pick. So we saw Daystar pick up the first one, the second one, and then Temper answered back on their map pick on Border, and they honestly were prepared for it. Came out swinging with a 4-2 half to start, 4-1 to start that map off. They did a tremendous job on the attack and then held their own on defense all the way until OT. The rehost sort of goofed things up there at the end, gave Daystar a little bit of a boost, but Temper came back. So now on to map 4. Daystar has got the 2-1 victory or lead here in this grand final. But Cafe, anybody's map, and this one is Daystar's pick. I feel like the money is on that team, but I forgot. We got to check where the community vote was at. How much difference is there so far?
That's a good question. And you know what's fun too?
Ooh, it's
Heading
close.
to Cafe. Is it? What was it? What is it sitting at?
We're at 47-53, just barely in favor of Daystar in the community vote.
It kind of feels like that could play out that way too, because Cafe is very, as we were talking about Clubhouse, very textbook, right? There's several things that you have to do when you're holding on to the defense. There's several boxes you have to check on the attacker side to get successful. So that definitely favors a team that's playing very coordinated, and that in this case has definitely been Daystar thus far.
All right, my friend, it's time. Cafe.
Send it. Okay, Cafe. We've been seeing a little bit of a change up here in the last couple of months towards that Cafe play. Starting to lean into that third floor being a little bit of that solve site, right? We were just talking about in the pre-show. When you're going to take Cafe as an attack, you have to get control of red. Ticket control, push the player off pixel, cocktail repel, white repel, right? There's all these boxes that you have to check when getting active toward it. And because of that, the defense can really start to settle in and figure out some of that strat to get you off the board. So we've been seeing third floor a little bit neglected lately, and instead opting for both of those second floor sites, and obviously primary being down in that bakery section. But I'm curious, as far as bans are going, who are we going to see taken off? Defense getting the castle down. I think not only is it, the same as what we've been seeing for this entirety of grand finals, but on Cafe specifically, when you're holding on to that third floor hold for a second floor site, just is a really difficult obstacle to get around. I like the ban.
Yeah, honestly, great call there. And the fact that we're seeing sort of similar play, similar bans across the board, to me feels almost more like a comfort pick in general in the way that they like to play out versus any specific op. So the big change, though, on Cafe here, not going to focus on the hard breach or the breach denial, more on those operators that, again, giving intel and sight lines to the attackers and the defenders in this case. So they're going to have full access to the shields. We'll see whether or not that is going to be a difference maker. Temper on their side have done a great job of managing the shields. They're not going to run the clash this time, though. Roxo's going to play the Echo instead and offer a little bit of that extra intel.
I like the call. Couldn't get the Ying off the board, at least for the first two bans, so they're going to play it. A little chaos from the skylight, potentially.
And the Reaper, one of the operators to add Raora's secondary machine pistol. Love that they gave it to Ying. I think she was really starved for a secondary weapon, but what she wasn't starved for was a little bit more action because in competitive play, she has just been very good.
Echo Cam trying to find a place to settle in and give some intel towards that piano potential push. Really, first couple of seconds here, first 30 seconds, if you will, is just getting those drones in. Twitch is going to really get active towards... Uh-oh. That's not good, Run. Sussed out by the Twitch. Down inside, could put some pressure onto it. Echo going to make a move and get on out of there. And kind of leaning into what we were talking about, it's that third floor setup for this second floor site. You have to get the vertical taken care of, or your potential to not be able to get inside goes up by like 100%.
Well, this was the Twitch drone finding and identifying the Echo playing there, so then she was able to try and work and find those drones. But look at this, a quick drop in, the Candela is going crazy, completely blinding the upstairs defenders, with the exception of Koshi holding out here in the freezer. Do they know he's here? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, swing the corner. Damn, and Ying goes down.
Yeah, just like clockwork, they're just gaining attacker control here, except for not to be denied out of the freezer. He's just going to hold and take 2 with him, including your shield player, your spearhead, taken off the board. So now they still maintain that intel in the hands of those yokai drones, and they still have a presence up on the top floor. This push effectively stopped.
No way!
Triple kill now as Kashi is on pace for the ace. Put themselves back down into sight. Cause damage from below now.
Lecky was in sight and now has to rotate upstairs to try and hunt down this defender playing upstairs, or at least put a little bit of pressure on the white to come down, because they were completely shut down on that side of the map. This was definitely a tough opportunity there for the Daystar Rising team. A little bit of a rockier start than I think they wanted, but Kaysen's still alive. He had 17 kills on the last map, so going crazy for sure. Is this going to be another one? Yeah, picks up his second here to start. With him left alive, there's still an option.
There was still an option all the way until it wasn't an option anymore. Finds a quick double as Geek's able to find the first round for Temp.
Yeah, huge play there to close it out. 180 in the hallway, takes care of the stairs and the player pushing up onto his position. Temper just right place, right time. Daystar struggling to get anything going, even though Kaysen was able to get a little bit closer. Temper really never lost complete control of the pace of that round.
So now take it to what is widely regarded as the new
Attackers
primary,
need to
down
locate
into
and defuse
bakery.
as many bombs as they
And
can.
with no castle on the board, that first floor extension, a little bit more difficult to deal with. They're going to actually put it up both. They're going to give bakery some relative freedom here. No rotate, no head holes. So the potential to push on into there means that they're going to be holding on to the white stair side just a little bit harder.
We've seen some of the attacking teams go for a very strong white focus and make sure that the defense is not holding on to that VIP section. So Temper sort of holding an interesting setup here. Maybe a little bit of aggressive. Are they going to try a run out in combination? Roxo back on that Echo, so they're looking for the late round plant now. He's just got to keep himself alive long enough to be able to make that happen.
Opening up that glass to potentially put a yokai drone in. Sets up a deployable with a devastating little hold. We've got the shield back on board here. Run is TrevMag back onto some blitz play. Glass in place as well, and the Sens is out. Potential to get active early is clear and present. Still getting some gadgets down though. Final Banshee placed in the hallway as they're just pushing in right off the back of that ram drone, able to take some space quickly. Does he know that he's already going to be feeling some pressure? Sentry in some danger here.
Yeah, I don't think that they know Malusi was holding on to that position so close to him. You said it, in a lot of danger at this point.
Makes the drop down skylight, get rid of some of that default intel. So they've claimed third floor now, but Geek gonna be the first to take off the board as TrevMag gonna get active with the pistol and now putting some more presence onto the whiskey bar. Geek's definitely looking for a wall bang, and Lecky's gonna find Tweety off the board. It just falls apart for the defense. Joe, the next to have his life forfeit. Valen able to take Kaysen, and that was a huge pick for sure. Answer back again is Kashi's still just going to be that absolute menace on the vertical. Sends Gadget to give a little bit of space into the hallway. Does put us into a 3-2 situation. Now, TrevMag in. The plant starting to go down. They're going to be able to secure this one for sure. There it is. Finds the kill onto the Malusi. Now into a 3-1. Pistol pop is going to end that one. And unfortunate for Kashi. He's just had an absolutely huge game. But 1v3 in a post plant with a shield on the board is a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, he was Right place, right time, taking advantage of all of the Daystar Rising mistakes. But right now, it certainly feels like Trev Mack on the blitz was the difference maker for this round. He played Blackbeard last round, but much more successful here playing the blitz, putting pressure here on this Temper defense. And they're able to push him out and away until Lecky is the one that finishes off with the pistol, no less. But yeah, great push there from the attacking team. Daystar Rising answers back after losing round one in a big way. And I know you talked about that setup on the bakery side, sort of all completely locked down, and Daystar played into that. They didn't even push the bakery side at all, preferred the direct take on the Temper team, and just won a bunch of those gunfights, sending them into tied up 1-1 as we head into round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a second wasted on that one. Speed was the weapon, and it was a masterclass in how to take bakery. So
Defenders,
are we going to
protect your bombs
win?
from
I didn't
being
see what
defused
side
by
we picked.
attackers.
No, this time instead we're going to opt for the other second floor, a little bit of mining, which we've seen kind of been played out a ton here recently, run, right? Kind of seems to be that preferred
Attackers
treasure.
discovered the location of a
For
bomb.
the teams that are good at the vertical, for sure, the middle sites, the middle floor sites on the 3-floor maps tend to be favored, and that's one of the things we've seen. Both of these teams pretty good at playing the vertical, whether it's up from down below or holding on to the top floor. So Temper really leaned into it as a part of both their clubhouse and their border defenses. So I think this is a good call from them. I think they feel confident holding on to this spot. Roxo bringing out the mute instead, and then the Mozzie thrown in. So they're really going to work on trying to take away some of that Daystar intel. That feels like a good call. Villano's going to bring out the Twitch. So they have a couple of extra added drones, and hopefully they can try and clear some of that out before the Mozzie and the mutes take advantage.
Still seeing it set up like it's a third floor hold. They've got a bunch of util up there. Will be a layered defense that you have to get through. Unless they're just going to get active early, right? A blitz and a finka could, and with a impact EMPs, could say, hey, you know what? Let's just get in and take it and hope for the best. And smokes in hand. Not usually the best play. I'm going to try to get active with the Twitch early. Mute jammer taken off the board. Intel gone. This huge effective use of the Twitch here. Oh, both
Damn.
PDs.
Damn! Yeah, Villano absolutely on fire with the Twitch, doing exactly what they needed. Now using the EMPs. The blitz gonna come in, but no way! What a C4!
Yeah, absolutely. He does get equalized. Now Trev Mack goes down, equalized again as we get put into a 3-3 situation. First, still have plenty of time left onto the board, and as the smokes come out, they're looking to get active on the window. Shots from the other side, though. Pulls out the pistol. He does sit inside, but the problem is, Run, there's no diffuser in hand. We can't get a sneak plant. You have to go get that thing now.
Yeah, an unfortunate scenario, but Daystar did a good job of engaging directly with this Temper defense and just winning the 1v1 gunfights. There, we're going to see another one there as Roxo goes down. Now in a 2v3 with a minute 22. Yeah, they don't have the diffuser, but they feel like they've got a little bit of the psychological advantage too over this Temper team. So yeah, you said it. Not only do they have that advantage, now they also have the diffuser. You still have got Valen playing upstairs. I was going to say on the third floor, but he drops. But that is the plant going down.
Yep, and you've got that window pressure, right? Nobody able to jump out. Going to take some shots onto the soft wall. Is put into a bit of a difficult position. You've got to find 2 rapid kills here. Now 2-4 goes off towards the... Ooh, okay.
Yo!
And Roni's going to ring out and claim one, but does get a little bit closer to equalizing, but a 1v2. The only live, and with the P10, there's only 16 bullets, so you got to be pinpoint accurate here, including onto the window, who's just going to hold it out. 14 as it counts down. You got to have 7 seconds on the board, not going to be able to potentially get it done. And he starts opening up that top floor as they're going for the defuse, but nope, Jason's going to seal the deal. They're going to find themselves another round.
Said it. Can't let this man get hot. Shows why. Uses the util, the gadgets there to open up the floor, take the vertical, and played it just a little bit better than Temper. And Daystar Rising on attack on Cafe on Temper's map pick picks up a second. So they've hit their quota so far on the defensive sided map. Temper now again on the back foot. This is a must-win scenario for them. Once again, Daystar up 2 maps to 1 in the best of 5. If they can find their third, they will end the Mukbang Grand Final here on Cafe. Temper must win here if we're going to get a chance to see Layer coming up as that decider.
Daystar's just been so clinical in this attack, right? Almost surgical. Utility cleared, floor opened up, sight and tatters, go get the plant. And it's working out at least 2 in a row on the attack side of it. Now, if you're a Temper fan, you really want to see
Attackers
him
need to
hold out
locate
these
and
next
defuse
3.
bombs.
I'm gonna go down to bakery, which will be a good chance to potentially get that started, right? A good bakery defense pull if they
Bomb
capitalize on it.
located by attackers.
Well, it looks like they're changing up the way they're going to hold this first floor versus the way they did back on round 2. Daystar won that round 2 kitchen defense, so we saw them completely reinforce everything off rather than leave any of it open to try and make it a little bit more difficult for the attackers to gain some space here. So we'll see whether or not they change this strategy up. Looked like they were going to leave one of those walls open. Bring on a Cade for that breach to now try and make it a little bit more difficult for Daystar to open up some of those sight lines that they completely took advantage of. And one of the things that on border that they really tried to deny was was those area denial pieces, and Temper's going to lean into it, bring along the Goyo this time to try and slow down some of that Daystar attack.
One thing noted from the bans, a couple of pace hitters off the board. You said it, Malusi gone, but on the other side of it, Blitz as well, forcing Trev Mac onto the Blackbeard instead. Similar setup, though, is going to try to take space early into Whiskey. This was a really successful take last time they did it, able to claim 2, 1 on the crossfire. He gets sussed out, and they're going to do a run out, and instead, that's a little bit of distraction, but Glass goes down in that exchange off of the door. Now puts the body balance into the hands of the defense. That was a huge first play.
That was a huge first play, but Kaysen answers back on Geek, takes him down. He was sitting at 4 and 2 before that untimely death. Kaysen 6 and 2 to start this thing off. He says, "Well played, dude. Honestly, yep, good call." And then he's just going to go ahead and pad that kill count one more time. It's unfortunate losing the Glass, but still have got the rest of this team, well, I was going to say left alive, but a triple for Kaysen, and they still have got almost more than half the round left.
Yeah, half the round, and none of the people on the defense. Yet again, it's going to be Mozzie left alone in a 1v3, C10 in hand. He's still got a C4. Plan's starting to go down, but none of it going to be necessary. Kaysen going to clean that one up. Good for another 4-piece. Walk in, take space, punch him in the face. Kaysen strat.
He's one of the rising stars that the community is talking about all the time. Talked about him in chat as well. Just looking forward to that 18th birthday to join one of the pro teams potentially, or one of the top leading T2 teams, or just carry this Daystar Rising to that position. Temper's got to answer back. We've had pockets of success from everybody on this roster. Everyone has had their moment to shine. They need to pull together, though, here on Cafe to start winning some rounds. This attacking team has already picked up a third, certainly putting Temper on the back foot here on their must-win map.
Daystar is just conquering right now. You know, their attack is just going really well. In the check the boxes strat, they're checking them all very quickly, using drones and bodies to force out these players, and it's just working beautifully. Right? And several times you've just had multiple people in place for easy isolations, and you look down, you know, the timer gets to 2 minutes left on the board, and you're left alone in a 1vx situation yet again. So what's the way to slow that down? I mean, I think we get a little traps on the board, right? I say we pull out a little bit of shenanigans, a couple more C4s, you know, something that's going to add to that that destruction from afar, something that you don't necessarily have to put yourself in danger to use. And of course, just need to play a little bit more together. We need a little bit of that power of friendship here, not find yourself isolated.
How about not find yourself running out? They're taking an awful lot of chances, and whether or not those are good opportunities, it feels a little bit dangerous taking those extra chances. Yes, it starts to put a little bit of pressure on Daystar Rising, but they are answering back in a big way. That does not seem to be affecting them in the way they want. Don't take too many chances with your lives at this point. Hold on, and at least at this point, if they're gonna go for the run out, playing the buddy system, like you said, I think that's a good call. So maybe taking a, you know, looking at it in that way. And you said we haven't seen very many trap ops. There was really only 1 or 2 rounds where we saw that Frost Legion combo, but basically no cap can. Not very much Legion overall, which is definitely an interesting change from what we see in the competitive scene. Legion's been played an awful lot.
Well, first minute is gone, and now the Candelas are going to start to ring out to put some pressure onto this top floor, specifically onto the Wamai and Goyo. Potentially Doc. I think that was a good call, right? Lots of little bits of damage being taken off the board. We'll see if it's going to play out here. Still got to hold on to White. What? Interesting. Accidental misfire, getting onto the roof. Gives a little bit of that location. They know where you're at. I think this first step here is going to be the important one. If the defense can hang on to this top floor. Candela starts to go out. Grenades
Oh,
going out.
that
He
was
gets
a
himself
miss.
Up onto the top floor. It's forced them into the position to be dropped on by Skylight. Not only going to take it off the board, Lecky is going to find one as well and just starts to fall apart. This is the thing that we're talking about. They check every box, and then it was a 3, 2, 1 go, and at the end of it, look at it again, 2v5.
You still have got Geek left alive in this fight, playing the Fenrir, so he's got the option, gain a little bit of intel, but Kaysen running the Dokkaebi is going to identify where all these roamers are playing. Also going to make it tough. If they steal any of this, any of the cams there, those echo drones going to be an important part to be able to tell, again, where these defenders are at. But no, Kaysen goes for the fighting. Geek wins it this time.
Well, you did call him out as still being alive and part of that win con, so he's going to claim one and trying to bring this body balance back in order. Second one to go down now as Joe's able to find one as well. Blackbeard pushing up, goes for the melee. Oh, and he's
What a play!
He's good for 2 now. Joe good for 2, and it falls apart for Daystar Rising as now it's going to be Trevmac alone in the 1v2. Takes a swing.
What
Geek
in
on
the
triple
world?
kill. You called him out as being the one to watch, and he gets the job done. What a play by the defense.
Damn. Reading is apparently the Achilles heel for the Daystar Rising team, as Temper has annihilated them now twice, back on round 1 and now on round 5. Hell of a run there for them. The fact that, you know, Kaysen loses that the battle initially to Geek, and then Geek continues that momentum through and just basically cleans up the rest of the Daystar team. They throw a 5v2 scenario that looked like unwinnable for the defense. So Temper is still very much in this thing. We are in the grand final for the Mukbang Season 7. It's a best of 5 that Daystar is currently up 2 maps to 1 versus Temper. So it's a must-win scenario for Temper. And Geek is trying to keep his team in at 7-3-1. Not quite matching Kaysen's 10-3.
Well, you don't have to match it if you kill him and save the round, right? The one thing that Daystar has definitely in their favor, well, there's many things in their favor, obviously, but one thing that is a good thing to point out is they are up 3 on the attack, right? So whatever way you cut it, even if we take this to a 3-3 half, Daystar's going to have the advantage going on to their defense.
And their map pick, again, expecting to start on the attack. Their map pick, expecting Temper to want to start on the defense so they can try and pad that round count as much as they possibly could, and struggling to do it a little bit, completely falling apart in the middle of this first half, losing rounds 2, 3, and 4. Reading the only, like we said, Achilles heel here for this Daystar Rising team. They managed to find attacking wins on all of the other rounds. It'll be the first time, though, we see the 3F, so the opportunity here to play the Windows Simulator up top. And Tweety answering back with the DMR, trying to take some shots on those windows. So the Intel deny, I think it's a great call. And then Roxo playing that Cade, trying to prevent them from opening up some of these sight lines.
Well, if you're going to do a top floor, 3rd floor hold, this is not a bad way to get it going. Didn't bring a deployable to hold on, but plenty of C4s, my friend. As the gridlock tracks go out, you can see you got Joe down, primed with a C4 in hand. Kaysen's going to take the first kill and death.
Yeah, I think they traded, and the kill feed for some reason didn't show it, but dang, completely falling apart here for Daystar. Now in a 3v2 with 1:45 left in this round. That was an unfortunate trade there for Kaysen. Now, still have got the Mira, the Tuberel, and the Mute left alive. Shotguns, DMRs galore. They have got this Temper defense now in a very good position to pick up a 3rd round win on the first half.
Push in. Getting some of this gadgetry off the board. Does reveal his location at the top of red. Still has a mirror that he has to contend with. Looking towards the freezer area. They've got this all blocked off. They've retreated into the bunker down hold. Barely spread out. They're going to have to play as a team here. Try to find ones and isolate. Maybe this first one going to be onto the bathroom player.
The nade's going to be the difference maker here. They have got 4. They can cause a ton of motion, but no sneaking up on Geek.
Kashi able to take one with a shotgun as Lecky goes down. Another grenade, you said, it rings out as he's looking towards the push over towards Freezer. Sees him, not able to take the shot just yet. Keeps the rotate going. Has to take the fight with the shotgun. Does a little bit of damage. Makes the big rotate around. Now to the pressure on White. But the shotgun is yet again there. Put pressure on. Tweety's able to find it.
DMR sings out, holding those angles, the tight angles upstairs, and Daystar falls apart again on that attack. Still, though, you said it. They managed to pick up 3. Advantage to that team on their map pick as they go under their defensive half. Temper, the important choice at this point. How are you going to play the bans? They're on attack, so what do they want to try and avoid when they get onto the defensive side? The Azami, the Castle, the Mira? They got to choose carefully.
I think all 3 of those are the yes option, right? All 3 equally devastating. Azami, the architect, cannot be allowed to hole up inside a piano. Castle cannot be allowed to block off those windows. And Mira, you can deal with a Mira a little bit easier, but I think Castle's the good pick here.
Yeah, and then on the Daystar side, banning the Monty. We talked about how good Roxo was playing on the Monty again. Didn't really convert those into round wins all of the time, but definitely caused some trouble for this team. So getting rid of him, a great place to start. And then the Ram, trying to prevent a little bit of that vertical play coming out from the Temper team. Give the Daystar Rising the advantage. And damn, you nailed it, Glitter. Castle gone.
Yeah. It just makes sense. It stops the 3rd floor play a little bit. It stops that extension onto the 1st floor. It kind of stymies some of your 2nd floor action on your vertical holds. Castle's just a great operator. I love the Castle play, and it makes sense that he gets taken off the board. And with your 3rd pick, if Mira proves to be too difficult to deal with, we can get that one then. But not even being shown by the defense currently. We're going to start out on a reading hold, which means a special attention to that top floor and run. You can note there's a couple of shotguns in hand and a little bit of C4 play with Valkyrie aboard.
Bring out the C4s. Yeah, I love it. It's one of the great things about the game. Sort of replace the cooking of the nades. RIP. Love getting to see that advantage given there to the defense, but that's the, part of the reason I think the ACOGs haven't been taken away. The defense still just has that little bit of a boost. So Daystar is going to try and carry that into their half now. So Temper again, must win. Look at this. Daystar is going to hold some very aggressive positions here. It's going to be Valeno there on the spawn peak.
Yeah, aggressive. You're talking about it, and he's looking for. He gets his Rotero thrown in here to try to force anybody off of this area. They can get up White a little bit easier. Almost some of that extension util real quickly.
They're taking their time, waiting for the run out, expecting it here from the Daystar Rising team. But even though they put some defensive pressure on the team, they're not going to throw away bodies at it yet at this point. They're going to invite Temper in, force them into taking those fights directly.
Drone work. They're posturing outside of this 3rd floor area. Seeing if they can get in with a little bit of freedom. It looks like the only bit of pressure to be had is on that pixel area. Start to send in some candelas, but instead it's going to be Kaysen to find one. And looks like, was that Kaysen good for 2?
It was a
He'll
double.
be tripping out just a bit.
Yeah, we're going to have to be keeping an eye on the kill count at this point with the kill feed struggling a bit. Yeah, Kaysen at 13 and 4 on round 7. Good for just about a 2 kills per round average. Wild, and unfortunately that's Geek going down. Starts to start chirping in the chat. Don't let it chalk your mental, my friend. This round, this game, this grand final is not over.
Yeah, well, it's looking like a flawless round here, and it's going to be the Ying Shotty and her newest gun being brought in. Not going to be able to get the job done, though. Flawless for Daystar.
They've had a few. Daystar's managed to pick up a few of those flawless rounds, but it's not the end all. Temper did find a win there on border in an 8-6 overtime victory. Chalet 7-4 to Daystar. Club 7-5 to Daystar. Taking a look back, so it's close. In this grand final, one more opportunity for Temper. You have got this. Daystar Rising continuing a little bit of a push. 4 wins here on defense. Going to see a first floor defense this time around. More Ella being played. And she has really just that picked up the pace from a competitive
Attackers
play.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, just not just a comfort pick, but also gives you those
Attackers
Grismots
have located a
able
bomb.
to full break onto the shield, gives them an opportunity to take those toesies, if you will. It's not a bad pick. I love it, actually. So what do you do on a bakery defense? You don't bring the castle along, or because when you can't bring the castle along, are they still going to hold up on white, or is this going to be a little bit more attention to a standard hold?
10 seconds to go.
Good question. Looks like they're setting up, but I mean, putting some resource, putting a little bit of extra utility here upstairs on the second floor. So they, banning out the ramp means that it's going to be hard for Temper to be able to open up all of that vertical, force them into something like a sledge or a buck. And Roxo showing the buck. Geek had played sledge earlier in one of these rounds, but sort of stepped away from it after it was an early death on Clubhouse. So gonna play the buck instead. See if they can open some of these up. Gonna opt for that Flores instead for clearing util.
Getting some damage done onto those Goyos very quickly. To get into bakery just a bit quicker, but kind of a hurry up and wait scenario here is really just trying to get the drones in and see if third floor is easy on the take, and it is, right? Everybody's down on floor, no extension for the verticality. So after the drones get in, they're going to know that they get a chance to take some free real estate. Start putting some pressure onto site direct here very quickly.
All right, my friend, first minute of gameplay done here in round 8. All 10 left alive in the lobby. Feels almost unusual at this point with how quickly the rounds have generally been running and the engagements happening. Somebody's starting to take a little bit of health off earlier than that. And it's going to be Buck running the vertical piece. Talked about that as the alternative. You don't have the RAM available. Hibana trying to open up some of these sight lines, open up rotations to make sure that they can move around freely on the second floor. Everybody here for the Daystar Rising team on the first floor. No one upstairs. So, fish in a barrel or concentration of firepower.
Well, fish in a barrel at this moment. They are opening everything up. Buck just allowed to go crazy with no C4s in the hands of the defense. Have some freedom. But vertical works both ways, right? You can take a couple of shots there for sure. Now comes the big test as they start to try to get some pressure onto this first floor area. They are holed up over there on white. Now with the smokes going out, the area denial from the other smokes coming out, they're still just holding on to it and run, even though they got all free real estate up top. We're down to 47 seconds and everybody is still alive. We're gonna have an absolute bloodbath here.
This looks like a better defensive setup than an attacking take. They have got VIP on lockdown. They've got the white open, so that way the attacking team can't really gain any space. And even though they've baited out all of the smokes at this point, that is still a ton of time that they burned. It is 24 seconds left.
Okay, clock starting to count down. Sends Gadget to go out. A little bit of distraction, some grenades to try to force some of them out of these critical push points. He's going to just push right up. They're going to find it. Geek's
No
able to
way!
get one as well, and it just falls apart for the defense. All of a sudden,
Are
they
you
push
kidding me?
in, they collapse on site, and that just takes it.
What just happened, my friend? Just as I get done saying the defense has got the advantage, looking like they've got the hold on white, hold on VIP, Temper out of nowhere, completely shows up. The combination of the Sens gadgets, the quick plant scenario, all of the sight lines that they had open, shut down Daystar in what was an unbelievable execute. And damn, I'm glad we got somebody clipping that one because Temper
Attackers
on
need to
fire
locate
right
and
now.
defuse bombs.
Okay. Yeah, 20-second meta at its finest. right? Well, and I thought that they were getting stalled out, but no. Once they had that free real estate run, then it was suss out every single player, count to 3, hit the go button, and they did just that. Flawless to tie us up. Let's go.
That's exactly
Okay.
what we wanted for the grand final. Not a blowout, not a team just completely falling apart or getting clowned on. No, we wanted to see a back and forth battle between the best here in what is a T4 league, but the T3 teams showed up here to try and win some money and some ego. I love that they're trying to battle this out here for their spot in the future of competitive Siege.
Back down to the basement for the defense, and this time a little bit of extra attention on the intel side of it. Maestro getting activated, cams that can shoot back, plant denial, util denial, and LMG, enough bullets to kill everybody. Couple that with Kaysen, himself on the P10 Roni with Mozzie. The C4 in hand. This is a hold 'em out defense.
Slowing this thing down. Look at that. Just completely shutting down the Flores, using the mute jammers, leaning into what the Temper team was going to be bringing out. They showed the Flores previously. They've used them on almost every map. Mute, great counter to that, making sure that they not allowing him to try and gain and clear out some of that defensive utility. Minute already gone. Still got all 10 left alive, but this feels like the Temper attack is stalled out compared to what we saw them previously.
It'll take a little extra time, right? You know the defense is going to be on high alert after that last one. Kaysen gonna take Joe, just completely looking in the wrong and free kill onto the Lions. Now allowed to rotate, and just a little bit too late on the tag back there. He didn't have a window open and in place for Kaysen's rotate, so he's allowed to just get a kill and get the heck on out of there.
Oh, look at this. No, completely falling apart. Valen goes for the pick. Kaysen waiting for it, even though the shotgun was in hand. He had to vault through that window. And again, nothing to back him up. Completely falls apart.
Okay, so Kaysen now on to the double kill as it looks a little bit dire here for this attack squad. Blitz starting to posture himself onto pillar and ready to get into sight. He's waiting for that similar strat of the 1, 2, 3 go.
Sending out RCE.
Maybe just be allowed to just potentially walk in here.
Oh no, they didn't have the hatch open. Flores looking like he was going to try and drive the Flores drone downstairs, but the hatch was not open. A little bit of a miss there on the Temper side.
Starting to open up with the Selma charges. Blitz just outside the window. Has to get active towards the corner, but instead, like he's going to take him off the board, continuing to hold that 5-man advantage on the defensive side. Now both into the hallway, camera off the board. They're going to take the swing. Maestro, oh,
What a
Jesus,
whiff.
had the shot. That sucks. Down to a 1v4, but Kaysen's able to take him off the board. The P10 Aroni sings out and claims one.
Man, it was an unfortunate Temper attack there. And I know we're talking about going into 4 hours of streaming at this point and into the 4th map. I'm wondering whether or not fatigue is starting to set in, right? That was a couple Temper mistakes. Walking in around the corner individually, you still had 3 players left alive, but they're going to push the exact same door in 2 separate waves. Yes, that wall was blocked off, not going to be able to open that thing up, but certainly felt like they needed to redirect, regroup just a little bit, and oh no, Geek left the game again. We know earlier on in this grand final, Geek was having a little bit of the technical issues, had to drop out once before, but this right now just feels like a couple mistakes there on the Temper side. So maybe it was tech related. Maybe that's why Geek needed to leave. But Kaysen sitting he was MVP round 1, 16 kills, picked up 17 on map 3, and looking to eclipse that here on map 4 already. Unless this Temper team can get themselves lined up and set in place some strategic, unbelievable siege to finish out this grand final.
Match point scenario, you can feel the pressure start to rise. You got to find a way to attack twice on a very aggressive defense. He's going to have to see something a little bit different. a little bit. So you got to shake it up just a tad and try to throw this Daystar Rising off. It's going to be an early pick. It's got to be 2 players isolated. You know, maybe a quick plant that gets in when all 5 are still alive. Like it's something. Got to change up something. Adapt or die. All right, Run. I think we're going to have to take ourselves a little bit of a break here as we wait for Geek to get back in. You know how it goes. Live issues. And here's what's going to happen, chat. I'm going to say we'll be right back, and he's going to go to transition. Geek will get back in, and we'll start the round. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's going to be the stunning conclusion for the 4th map. Heyo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Got them back into the lobby. If you're just joining us, we're happy to have you. It's all on the line right now for the Mukbang Grand
Defenders,
Final.
protect your bombs from being
Daystar's up
defused by
2
attackers.
maps to 1 and currently leading 5-4. 1 away from that coveted match point scenario. We're saying that Temper needs to bring something different, something interesting, something that is going to shake up this Daystar Rising defense.
They got to stay alive. I'm going to start there.
It's a good first
Trying
round.
to avoid Kaysen. 16 and
Attackers have
5.
discovered the location of a bomb.
Everybody on this team contributing at this point, but right now the standout. Couple of individual heroics. 4K. Flawless round at one point. Daystar has had their moments, but we talked about in that previous, right before the break, Temper made a few mistakes. Daystar has capitalized on all of those. So this is the chance. Don't make those mistakes again. Especially now, Lecky bringing out
ADS deployed and ready to go.
Denari. Love this, getting a chance to see the new op in place. Trying to find out where you're going to use those trip connectors. Try and just prevent a little action from happening here on the attacking side. Taking just too long to set up, even though he's got plenty of those things. If you don't have a very clean setup and ready, they seem to be very finicky in the way that they're placed.
Yeah, you have to get real accurate with where. So he's got a couple of 4 of them to be real. Trying to stop that potential push in towards the that new hatch area. Getting a drone outside, they're taking a couple of looks and makes a run out, but just gets out of the way of danger just in time.
That was some incredible timing there from Roxo. He was on rappel upside down. The Echo drone finds him. The defense runs out, but he had already just moved out of the way. And look at this. Oh, he's in play ready. One half of the trip connector up. They use an explosive to clear out half. He immediately throws down another, reestablishes the connection. He's going to burn multiple of the Flores drones this way.
That's pretty great. This new op is fun. So still holding one in hand. A little bit of a late round. Half the round is gone at the moment. Flores still trying to get in. This is his last Caro. Not sure what to do with it, as he's just going to waste it, opening up part of a cocktail counter there. Looking for those Valk cams. Valk are in. IQ has gotten up onto the 3rd floor. Now getting some of those trip connectors down. They've solidified themselves up on 3F, but we've only got a little over 60 to go.
Yeah, they're working on getting the execute. We still have all 10 left alive, clearing out defensive utility, making sure they've got some of those pathways down, but they completely got stymied on the back of the white stairs previously, and even though they've got a little bit of this 3rd floor connection, Soapy just going to go ahead and take a couple shots up there from the bottom of the brown stairs. Put some pressure on this attacking team, force them back, and just waste more time. It is 35 seconds left.
There it is. The kill to the top. That's going to take the IQ down and put the man advantage into the hands of the defense. Gas starts ringing out. Fires are going now onto the...
What a flank.
That's tough. That's tough. Finds the kill, gets the down, now into a 5-2. They're looking to try to get this one done flawlessly. Still got a hold up here, and as Kaysen finds another kill onto Geek, it is all but hopeless here for Joe, and Kaysen good for another. The pistol rings out. It's another flawless round, and that's going to take us to a match point scenario.
Damn, my friend, it is not match point. It is match point, map point, and Mukbang Season 7 grand final points for Daystar Rising. They are 1 round away from claiming complete and total victory over this grand final, and Temper is now on the back foot. We said throughout the whole map, they are on a must-win scenario here on Cafe. Now they've got to win 2 rounds in a row flawlessly in order to force that map 5 and send us to Layer to give them an opportunity. Daystar, man, led right now. Kaysen has picked up 18 on his way to a 20 bomb, and Temper has not been able to find a way to answer back consistently and cleanly. They've had their moments, but now they need to be perfect. No more mistakes. Final opportunity. Otherwise, this grand final is over.
Well, when you put it that way, Run, it does sort of feel like all on the line. Defense for this potential last round. Going to lean into that area denial with a hint of Kaysen going on to the scope post. And new op on the board as well. Lecky going to bring back out Denari and try to set up a web of lasers to slow down this attacking.
5 seconds remaining.
What do you do? Well, they had a
Look at
special
that.
attention. Yeah, they had a special attention on claiming this
Yo,
area, and it was successful.
yo.
What a play to put it up here.
That is a wild set of Denari trip connectors here. I don't know whether or not they're going to, last a long time, whether or not they're going to, be this incredible defensive weapon. But honestly, the fact that he's managed to get all of these connected through all of the doors, covering all of these locations is a little bit insane. I love the fact that we're getting to see the new op so early. It's day 2 of the new season.
Activating drone.
Oh, first kill is going to see Kaysen get taken down. If this is the last round, he will be not denied his 20 bomb. Man advantage into the hands of Tempers. They're looking to try to get a little bit closer in the score line. some pressure towards pillars. They're going to start opening up onto this first floor. Defense, or onto the second floor. Defense is all rotated down. Nobody up on the second floor. So it's some free real estate here for Temper. Last time they had the free real estate like this, they did quite exceptional in the last 20 seconds.
That's true. Back on round 8. It was the Temper's win here on their attacking half. They managed to make this work, but they've struggled a little bit. We talked about it. The fuse and the shield this time. He's going to fire off one of those, one of his charges, and now opening up that hatch as well. So got a couple of these assets in place, forcing the fish in a barrel scenario here for this Daystar Rising defense. Down 1, and they killed Kaysen, so he's got 19. They win this round, he's not going to get his 20 bomb, but they did take down the frag leader. Gives a little bit of a boost to this Temper attack. 1 minute left.
Looking towards, trying to find that rotate. They're going to take one of the canisters off board, give himself a little bit of ease as they go in forward. Fuse still getting active. He's got one set for the initial drop, and that's going to force some potential movement. Smokes, flash is ready. This is what we saw at Temper last time. It was waiting for that 3-2-1 go scenario. Deimos creeping down onto the brown stairs. There goes the fuse gadget as it starts to force some movement. More Goyo's getting taken off the board, and that's the plant just starting to go down. Kashi's able to take Letki off the board, and now it's a post-plant scenario. And run, they've done it again. A 3-2-1 drop. They checked all the boxes. They got in, and they put us 1 from getting tied up.
Damn, it feels like Daystar has got a couple of Achilles heels on this map. When they were on the attacking side, they could not find a way to win on the reading site. And now on the defense, can't find a way to win on the first floor. The bad news, they can go back to any of the other sites that they did find wins on for this Temper team. Temper unable to find wins on any of the other sites except for first floor. But now they're going to have to. This is it. Fireplace Mining. The last place we're going to do battle unless we can get to overtime. Daystar is on it. Match point scenario here. Match point in the grand final for Mukbang Season 7.
All set. Banshee deployed.
Okay, they can go, and they go to reading mining run, and they're going to lean into that intel. Maestro back onto the board. With being a Brava, you get a little active. Claim some of those gadgets as your very own. Nobody likes a Maestro turned onto them. You're going to make a veritable fortress there on the corner, as Maestro last time was able to keep that LMG and hold everybody off coming into that door area, looking to make a repeat of that. What do you do on the attack side? Well, step 1, we saw the win con. You got to beat Kaysen. You got to kill Kaysen, and you got a better chance of getting the round.
That's
I think
true.
once we get that, now we find the second step.
We did say that first floor was a key piece of it, but they also lost Kaysen as that opening pick. Whether or not that was the difference maker, still yet to be seen. I like the fact that Geek here bringing out the Dokkaebi. Identifying the roamers, try and put some boundaries on this Daystar Rising defense and avoid and getting flanked on. We saw that happen upstairs on the 3rd floor as a key piece of why Temper lost back on round 10. So I like this opportunity there to try and identify where these roamers are playing. Couple that with the Lion, and you've got a good setup here.
On the white stair window. Here's some sound cues that somebody's close. Not able to act on it just yet. Poised, prep, ready. Got some presence here onto the first floor. Deimos is going to try to test out Mozzie to begin with. He gets pinged up here onto the first floor. He's going to take some safety inside of the train. Can't shoot through the metal, buddy.
You can get snuck up on, though, and that's the piece that he's going to have to watch out for. He's able to control the cams, but Temper needs to move a little bit faster here. They have got a ton of defensive utility that they have to clear out, and it doesn't even feel like they've really got started. They're identifying where the roamers are, but you still have got all 10 left alive, and all of that intel is fleeting, fading, and almost gone at this point. They're going to find one, though, and take down Kaysen as the opening pick again.
Hey, win con met. Now they're in a good position to start to do something here, take us to overtime. Tuberov's going to hold on to that vertical and take a couple of shots, but it's not going to be enough. He's not going to find it, so he's going to be sent running into mining, hoping to stay alive, and unfortunately gets taken out from the other side. The cross was set. Now they claim that man advantage into a 4-3 scenario. Defense still trying to hold on, less than 60 to get it done. Maestro back into the spot where so effective last time. LMG primed, prepped, and ready to send people to an early grave. 51 as it starts to count down, looking towards that vertical play. Nobody up onto the third floor for the defense as they've all bunkered back down.
Time for a wake-up call.
Temper's been very good at this 20-second meta, and we are almost there, my friend. 35, is this the end of the grand final?
Potentially holding on to it. You still got to get in and get a plant. 27 seconds as it counts down. Maestro cam getting active. You can hear it going off. The flash is coming out. Warden puts the special goggles on as they force the rotate back down to the white stairs. 17 as it starts to go now. Kashi able to take Lecky off the board as the plant starts going down. A retake scenario going to be forced here if he's able to get it off. And he is. He finds one. He gets two for his trouble. It gets equalized, but the damage keeps getting done with those tracks. One killed onto Trevmac as Geek's able to find one with the DMR. Looking towards reading as this position gets revealed and located. LMG, but they're just going to be on the run now. Puts himself outside and in a position to try to force this 2v1. Huge play, huge play. Now the vertical to be had, and they're going to be able to deny this one fairly easily.
Wow, Roxo's going to be the guy that gets it, playing the vertical, and a hell of a round coming out there from Temper. Damn, they peaked when they needed to. We said it was the first floor that seemed to be the Achilles heel, but no. They were able to take down Kaysen in the opening pick, and that, maybe, my friend, was the difference. We are going to overtime.
Said it in the chat. Kaysen needs to drop 23 to win. He's T3 Michael Jordan. Well, he's definitely the win con, my friend. Once they are able to take Kaysen off the board, they're allowed to sit down, relax, think about it for a second, get their drones and suss everybody else out, and then win the race. It took us to overtime. We're going back to the first floor kitchen dining for this
Defenders,
one.
protect your bombs from being defused by
Seems like a
attackers.
miss here.
Oh, no. That's exactly what I was thinking. All right. Now, Kaysen was the opening pick, and so whether or not that was the difference maker, he can keep himself alive long enough for us to figure out whether or not it's the difference maker. We're at least going to get one more round and collect some data. Now, Temper, again, they are in a must-win scenario. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone to the Mukbang Season 7 Grand Final. We are in what could potentially be the final map, as Temper must win here on Cafe to force a map 5. That's the decider for Layer. Otherwise, Daystar, if they win here on Cafe, this thing is over and done with.
Denari back on the board. Gonna hold on to that presence over there off the window. I don't know if it was incredibly effective last time, but it was definitely cool looking.
Wall secured.
The refrag.
There's the Denari coming out again, using those trip connectors all over the place downstairs, trying to block off some of that entry from the window looking onto that VIP side. They need to hold on to that position. We have seen Temper basically both times claim that space and then plant right off the back of the main double door into sight. So that's the place where it feels like Daystar has got to focus, because that's where Temper was successful twice. They have sort of let the whole VIP hold fall apart, let the whiskey hold fall apart. So now it's time. And look at that, Kaysen upstairs on that second floor, right on the stairs, looking, waiting. First minute of gameplay done.
Yeah, and it's spent looking for Kaysen. Right, they're trying to get this vigil and get him off the board early. Shots down red, gonna be rewarded with it. Geek goes down as they find themselves with an early man advantage. That's a huge one. That's your vertical done and dusted. Now gonna have to rely on a little bit of some shenanigans. Maybe get that shotgun from Gridlock active. The shield stuck on white. Looking to get active towards that laundry area, but nope, there isn't any pressure on them.
Tracks out.
Everybody's kind of slowed down here, Run.
Yeah, they're taking their time. This is it, the possible end of the match. And no way! What a fall apart!
Yeah, flawless round. Give it to him again. Sheesh. Hey, first floor felt like a bit of a miss, but this time they're able to pull it off. Kaysen stays alive for most of it. And, well, that was the win con met for Daystar as well. They take one up in overtime.
The Kaysen era, whoever said he drops 23 to finish it off is looking prophetic at this point, because he's now 21-7. And honestly, everybody from the team contributing, but Temper even more balanced, but just struggling in pockets. It's been a back and forth battle. No real dominance on either side of this map. You take a look at the round count above. It's been back and forth, right? Neither team completely definitively crushing the other. This is exactly what we wanted to see for a grand final. The Temper timeout. Is this going to be enough? Are we going to see the timeout buff in play? It's going to be a Daystar Rising 8-7 victory. 8-6. 8-6. Temper 7-7. We'll see, my friend. It is match point again. Grand final point, because Daystar's there.
They took a little bit of a timeout. Not a bad call, right? Sit and talk about it. Maybe put a little bit of try to ice the kicker mentality here, slow down that momentum of Daystar. And last time they did it, they were successful on their next round going into it. Trying to find that same again. This time, Temper's going to go up to the third floor. A little bit of that solve site. They don't have a castle that they can bring into play here to slow some of that down. So a little bit more traditional means here. Cade and Tuberau holding on to some of those critical push points.
Reinforcing wall.
Take a look back on round 6. Temper played defense on the third floor. You know who won that one? Temper. Great hold upstairs. Managed to shut down the Daystar Rising attack before it even really got started. So, it was a while ago, man. It feels like it's almost an hour ago back on round 6. As now we're sitting on round 14. The big question, though, again, whether or not fatigue is starting to set in. We're getting at 4.5 hours in. Tons of siege today. And Temper, back and forth, so close now.
Cade gonna take his claw down below to make that a little bit more difficult to get that wall opened up and put some pressure onto the crossfire. Wonder if it's gotten sussed out. They didn't bring an IQ along. Oh man, that's a huge first kill. Valen gonna take Valeno off the board. That's gonna be your flank watch done and dusted. So a little bit of allowed to roam free going on. Couple shots towards Wise. They're looking to find themselves another one. Not going to happen just yet. They're going to rotate out. Some relative safety of ups.
There have been, looking back, there's been quite a few games that we have casted as part of this Daystar Rising or Fet's Feet Friends at one point in time. And it seemed like there had been sort of a curse. Every time we had casted them, they weren't finding wins. Wondering whether or not this is going to be the difference maker.
I'll give them a call.
First minute of gameplay done. 7-6. Daystar sitting, waiting, down in the man count by 1, but gaining a little bit of space and looking for these operators that are holding down on second floor. It's actually interesting. They're not spending so much time top down. They're making sure they clear out the vertical from down below.
Yeah, well, with 4 C4s on the board, it's definitely needed. Knife rings out as Kaysen goes down a melee to end it. Does give that man advantage to Temper in a big way as they claim it by 2 now. Try to put Blackbeard making the rotate out. What they wanted to take that vertical pressure off the board, they failed to do so. The defense has remained resolute. So be able to take them. Get a little bit closer to equalizing on the body balance. Now a 4-3, but the time starts to tick down. The attackers still find themselves on the bit of the back foot. A little bit of intel looking towards Pillar.
Oh, we saw him!
Reveal himself. Did he see him?
I thought for sure he saw him peeking around the corner of the pillar, but no, stays alive downstairs. Roxo holding on to that slug shotty. I was a little worried that they had everybody downstairs on the second floor, but they have made their way up at this point. A couple shots ringing out. The Blackbeard playing, looking, searching for players, but it's 40 seconds left. This one's looking like it's going to double OT unless it can clutch up right now.
Yeah, and they've still got Joe down below with the C4. Stop that plant when it gets active. He's got a pre-play so he can move back up. Grenades ring out, 27 seconds as they're now starting to put the pressure on the Cocktail. He gets out of the way of the grenade, but just barely. Shots onto the bathroom, finds one. Now ring around
Soapy!
Rosie through the freezer area. Joe comes up to take Soapy off the board, now into a 3v2. 15 seconds, looking to get active for a plant. C4 is gonna ring out, not gonna take it. Joe, good for one.
Tweety!
Tweety cleans it up, and we're gonna need every single round to get this one done.
Map 4 going to double overtime, my friend. Man, match point. Temper looking to send this thing to layer for a map 5. Daystar Rising looking to end the grand final right now. There is one more round. This is it. It's all come down to a single round. No more overtime. No more opportunities. Temper's got to clutch up right now or this thing is over.
It's what you want in a grand finals run. This isn't, this is the best of the best in Mukbang at the moment. Taking it all the way to the top, so you want it to be a
Attackers
bit
need
of
to
a...
locate and
it
defuse
takes
as many
us there.
bombs as they can.
Defense is going to try to switch it up here with some of their operators. Capcan going to be put on the board. Good call, right? Haven't seen it on either side of the board for the entirety of the round. If he remains in the back of your mind, maybe he gets a Capcan trap. Not a bad play out of TemprGG. Still bringing the new operator to the board and solidifying a little bit of that intel. Valkyrie's still here. Only one C4.
I freaking love the Capcan play. We talked about it earlier in this map that we were like sort of lacking on the traps in general. Daystar gonna bring out the Capcan for what is one of the first times in this entire best of 5, and man, Lecky just experimenting right now with the trip connectors. Those things are freaking everywhere, long range, all over the place. Definitely a bit of a distraction for the Temper attack as they come in, whether or not they're making a significant factor in the game. And no, Lecky goes down. That is some unfortunate siege timing. Geek taking advantage.
Yeah, no kidding. Huge pick off the board, sitting at 12 and 9 as well. So outside of Kaysen, who's having a Kaysen-esque round, that was your top frag. So now attack gets a little bit of a treat. Now they get to get some drones in and they get to play to that man advantage. IQ going crazy with the intel, which means those Valcams are completely sussed out. Same with those trip connectors. You do, of course, still have Kaysen on the board. 21 and 8 currently.
The thing about those trip connectors is they're, again, a bit of a distraction. IQ pinging them all out, but they're sort of all over the place right now. And the fact that he's got so many, it just gives a ton of additional things that this attacking team needs to clear out. And just, distracting them from trying to find maybe the Capcan traps. If we see one of those come in late in round, we see the Capcans come in where one of the Temper guys hits it. To me, that's the end of this. Daystar picks it up.
Okay, he said it. WinCon's been met. C4 is out. They're trying to hold on as the gas canisters ring towards that bathroom area, and that's going to slow them down just a little bit, opening up onto the cocktail side. They're starting to try to isolate this defender, who was not up there anymore. Actually, they've moved down, so they've claimed that real estate above the 3rd floor. Some good space to take up, but there's 65 left on the board.
Death mark on the way.
Sounded like a Capcan trap goes off. Here's the first shot. Kaysen able to find one, puts himself onto that 22 and 8 scenario. Gamo's
No
looking
way!
active. They
No
know that
way!
they gotta meet this WinCon. He's pulled up inside of the train. He's gonna get the down as well. Kashi gets taken off the board.
way!
Man advantage now into the hands of Dace. They're looking to close this one out. Couple of shots from White. He's holed up into the corner. TemprGG takes Geek down and now into a 4v2. Low health scenario, looking towards the punch hole. Is he gonna be rewarded with it? Oh, Kaysen! He's gonna find his 24th kill of the game and all but write it in the stars for Daystar. They're gonna take it, Mukbang Grand Final champion. Whoever said it in the chat, 23 to win it, was off by 1. We salute you. Or 2, actually.
What a hell of a win there from Kaysen and the Daystar Rising team. Not a single effort there. Unbelievable game from everyone involved. Man, they delivered on what was a fantastic Mukbang Grand Final. honestly, 4.5 hours and 4 maps, all the way to double overtime victory at the end of it. Man, Temper, you guys put up a hell of a match against this team, but in the end of it, Daystar Rising shows up when it needed to on game day and wins the grand final. Congrats, bro.
Yeah, no kidding. What a great game. Kaysen, next up, Statham just delivers an awe-inspiring performance here on the Mukbang Grand Finals and MVPs that thing all the way around. Whew, okay, good game. Good game. I'm looking for more. I hope the rest of the goes this way, my friend. We need Comp Siege that exact way. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time.
Yeah, that was a great one. And on day 2 of the season, we're getting to see the new op being played. We're getting to see the way that it's changed up. And there's a couple more grand finals later this week coming. And I know Path to Pro on Twitter, you guys got to follow Patch. There's tons of leagues happening, tons of activity happening in the Siege scene right now, and we're glad to be a part of it. I'm glad you are here with us tonight to watch this one close out Mukbang Season 7.
That's right, and you've heard us talk about it all week. Big announcement from the Siege Double Shot. Well, look no further. Lock in, double down, eat, sleep, Siege. The Siege Double Shop is now going to be in play. We are so close to releasing our first attempt at merch. This is a limited time run, so get them while they're around. Hoodies, beanies, some gamer sleeves, and when we are opening the store completely, we're gonna a merch giveaway. Something will be for free on some sort of reposting type scenarios. Make sure that you check us out at the Siege Double Shot on Twitter and look for your opportunity to score your very own No Days Offline from the Siege Double Shot.
Yeah, man, I know this is something that you've been looking forward to a long time. A little bit of personal touch, not a whole bunch of stuff out there, stuff that wanted to be able to share with the community. And man, we appreciate everyone being here tonight. A lot of subs during the stream. It's the September subathon. It's a perfect time for it. And like we said, more Siege certainly coming our way and your way soon.
That's right. Okay, well, the grand finals are over. Have to be done. Favorites here in the streaming communities. But for us, we've reached the dreaded part of the evening where we must bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.